Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to a show where we're going to be working on a Next.js travel log. This is the third live stream where I'm working on this app. But once I finish the app, I'm actually going to take a step back and make a more formal tutorial about the app that I'm building, because I'm learning a lot of stuff as we go. But this is the app that we have so far. So when you visit it, you can see all of the places that I've added to the map here. And if you click on them, you get a nice little pop-up window that shows you where I've been and the date that I've been there. So I've been to Casa Bonita and the Statue of Liberty and Disney World and Big Bend National Park. So you add places and then they appear on the map. And then when you want to add, you click this, that'll open up the sidebar over here and you can add a new thing. So I'm going to add Microsoft Build 2014. So this was a Microsoft conference that I went to in 2014. I got a free Xbox. So one of the cool things is we have client-side validation. So if you attempt to submit before you've completed the form, that it'll stop you on the client side. So that's one thing we implemented. And then I need an image. Let's find one. Yeah, I'll talk about what we're using for the maps right after I get this thing added. This seems fine. And we put that there. I'm going to give it a 10 out of 10. And right now, this is one of the things that we're going to fix today. So right now, the latitude and longitude you have to manually put in. So I can grab the latitude latitude of the Moscone Center in San Francisco. And then manually put these in. But what we want to do today is, instead of manually putting in a lot of latitude, longitude, whenever you're editing in the form here, we want you to be able to click on the map. And so you'll have like a little, let's say like red pin, and that will automatically set the latitude, longitude. So you won't have to manually type it in. And then when did I go here? This was like summer of 2014. I honestly don't know what month. Specifically it was. Let's just call it like May of 2014. Like that. Yeah, so this is using the native date picker. So this is just a text field with type date. Because I'm on a Mac, this is what this looks like. But whenever you go to this, it'll be whatever date picker is for whatever operating system you're using, or whatever browser you're using too. So click create. That adds it to the map. And now I can click on it and see it. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. So, but like I said, what we're going to do today is we're going to improve how the latitude longitude selection is working. So we're going to work on that. And we'll probably find a different image to use for these markers, because this blue color doesn't exactly go with the map tiles that we've chosen. Yeah, so this will work for literally anywhere on the map. Where else have I been? I've been to Disneyland in Paris. Let me add that. Here. I'm using Google Maps just so that I can grab the latitude, longitude. But where is Paris? Not Italy, France. Where is France? Over here. Okay. You know, so I'm really bad at geography, especially like Europe and everywhere else. As you might have known if you've watched my stream, and I have played things like City Guesser and GeoGuessr and stuff like that. But I want to get better at it. I want to get better at it. I was at the bookstore yesterday, and I found it was an adult coloring book, but it was an atlas. So it's an atlas of all the countries and stuff in the world, but it's a coloring book. So I thought that might be a fun way to relearn, or like not relearn. I barely learned any geography. I just don't know it very well. Wow. Yeah, that's what we want to add eventually, Mart. Yeah, so basically when you have this form open, we'll do something like there'll be a pin will automatically appear like in the center of your map, and then you can click anywhere or drag it to change the location. That's the plan anyways. Again, I have no idea where this is. Okay, oh, so it's on the outskirts of Paris. So it's out here. And then what? Here? Oh boy. I can't find it. Is it here? I can't find it. Let me make sure I'm looking at the map right. So, I mean, I just grabbed the latitude longitude from Google Maps, but eventually we're going to grab the latitude longitude directly from the map. Okay, here, there's that big circle thing. Yeah. Site Disneyland Paris. I don't know. I don't even need to find it on the map. I don't know what I'm doing. But so when we add the feature today, you can click on the map. So we can add it. Disneyland Paris. Really fun. Yay. Not that. That's the latitude longitude. Like that. When did I go? I went here in like 1998. This was a long time ago. Ancient times. Maybe it was 99. We're gonna go with We're gonna go with February 1998. That's when I went to Disneyland Paris. And then I need an image. Oh, that's where you live. That's really funny. The Rise of Sand. Well, don't dox yourself. I mean, in this general area of the map. Yeah, I need to also deploy it, so I think I'll attempt to deploy it today as well. After I finish adding Disneyland Paris, I'm gonna make a list of all the things that we're gonna do today. I'll also say hello to everybody, welcome everybody in, and then we'll get to coding. Disneyland Paris. Okay, so you click create, and then it pops up on the map. But yeah, so the reason I did that, because somebody was like, does it work for non-US? And it does. You can literally put any latitude, longitude, and it shows up on the map. What's nice is when you first go to the map, it automatically centers to all of the points you've added to the map. So the more we add, like if I add some over here, though I've never been to this side of the world. I think the furthest I've been in this direction, I mean, it's probably Germany. But yeah, we'll likely deploy the app with Vercel, and then we'll use Mongo Atlas for the database. Mars is not on this map. It's just planet Earth. It's just planet Earth. So this is the app. And it's built with Next.js. So one of the reasons I was also working on this is because I wanted to learn Next.js 13, because Next.js 13 has a completely new way of loading data into your components. So if you are familiar with Next.js 13, not the beta, not the app directory, then you might know of get server-side props, get static props, get initial props. These things no longer exist in the app directory. So inside of my app here, I put it in the source directory. That doesn't matter as much, but the fact that I have this app directory right here, anything inside of there is a Next.js 13 beta, and there is no get server-side props. Instead, we literally have database code right inside of our component. So this is known as a server component. And by default in Next.js 13, all components are server components unless you specifically put use client at the top of the component. So if you're familiar with like the islands architecture, this is kind of that. So basically, if you put use client at the top of a component, that becomes an island. And then Next.js knows that when it loads this, it needs to load it on the client side, not the server side. Yeah, so we do have an API because whenever we create a new item, so whenever you're submitting from the travel log form, we need to make a post request to put it into the database. So we do have some API endpoints, and those are over here. So the API endpoint accepts a post request to put the stuff into the database, and we technically do have an API endpoint to get all of the stuff from the database, but we're not actually using it right now because the way the server component works is let's show this. Yeah, I mean, actually, it's actually kind of fascinating. So by simply redirecting to the homepage, so using router, which comes from Next navigation, by simply navigating to the homepage, Next.js automatically handles refreshing the homepage and like re-rendering it. You might have seen that happen a second ago. Like when we added a new spot to the map, the sidebar disappeared. The page didn't actually do a full refresh. Behind the scenes, Next.js is taking care of like re-rendering the page on the server and then seeing that it actually needs to send data back down to be re-rendered. It's all happening kind of magically to us. So yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. What am I saying? I don't know. The right sidebar. Oh, this one over here. Actually, you should get used to it. So check this out. The reason I like it on the right-hand side is because it doesn't move the code. Because whenever I had the sidebar on the left, every time I'd open the sidebar, it would push the code to the right. But now the sidebar is like on top of the code. So I kind of like it on the right-hand side. So that's the app. I'll if you haven't, once we start writing some code, if you have more questions, I'll definitely dive deeper and I am more than willing to explain all the stuff that's going on. Let's say hi, and then we'll make a to-do list. Let me make a to-do list of what we're gonna do. So say hi. Make a to-do list, and then I will also answer the question, what maps are we using? What tech are we using? Because we are using Tailwind and we are using Tasty. There's a lot of stuff we're using. If the map is flickering, is this flickering for anybody else? I thought this was a Twitch transcoding issue, but if it's happening on YouTube too, then that's my problem. Can you use, instead of directly grabbing the logs from the database, use hooks? Yeah, you potentially could. I have not dug deeper into this, but basically, whenever I have that next navigation, it basically automatically pulls the logs back in and loads them onto the page without it is flickering. Okay, I don't know how to fix it. I mean, I'm looking at my preview, that's not flickering. I don't know. Let's just get off of that screen. It won't flicker. But yeah, it's kind of fascinating because when you do the navigation, it actually loads the data in properly. And it doesn't like reset the map or anything like that. It's fascinating. All right, let's say hi to everyone. If you want me to say hi to you, just say hi right now in the chat right here. I'm not going to filter it. I'm going to do my best to say hi, and then we'll keep moving on. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it's like the color of it or whatever else, but what's up, Infinite Shocks and Derp Sauce? Welcome in. Hello, Terawatt and One Computer Guy and Indra and Eric and Mart from the Netherlands. Very good. What's up, Physotronic and Ezra and Farshid and Oscar and Mark Boots and Ricky? How's it going? Welcome in. It doesn't do it right away. It appears after being on that page for a second. Huh. And, Tech Turner, what's up? And Nishark and Abdelila, hello. What's up, Murdoch and Fob, and Mark and Andreas and R and Khaled. They changed something in Next. I tried Next and I got a different structure of project with different files. It'll ask you questions, and I think specifically, I think I'm using the Next version of the CLI, which is why it asked me if I wanted to use ESLint, if I wanted to use Prettier, if I wanted to use TypeScript, if I wanted to use the app directory. So when I generated the app, it asked me all of those questions, and that's because I'm using the latest version of the CLI. So if you didn't see the same thing as me when you generate your app, you're not using the latest version of the CLI. And if you look under installation, so create next app at latest. So at latest is going to have what I use. If you don't do at latest, it's the older version that does not have the app directory and doesn't ask you all of the questions. So yeah, what's up, Yusuf? Welcome in, and Jimbo and Pravin. Yeah, no regex today. He was asked SRC. You did use latest? I don't know, Visitronic. Wait, has the app directory moved out of beta? I mean, the docs still say it's in beta. We could try generating an app really quick to see what it asks. Let's just do it. Yeah. Can you add more than 2 events at the same location? You can, they're just gonna overlap. So I think we want that as like a stretch feature where if there are multiple items at the same location, we stack them. But that's a good point to make. Let me write that down. Really, we'll think about how we can handle that. Yeah, we're using MongoDB as the database. So it asked me, do I want to use TypeScript? I can say yes. Do I want to use ESLint? Would you like to use the source directory in this project? And then it's asking me, yeah, so I don't know, Physitronic. I don't know why it wouldn't ask you for the experimental app directory. If you look in their docs, there is a command line flag -- experimental app. So yeah. I have not tried Nest. It has a lot of opinions. And Nick Tyndall, thank you for becoming a member. That's awesome. Appreciate you. If you are a messy coder, I think Next.js makes sense because it's going to organize you. It's very enterprisey. If you've ever worked like in a big Java code base, that's what Next.js kind of feels like. At least looking at their docs, I haven't built one yet. Yeah. So if you say no to the experimental app, then the app that specifically is the beta piece. So if you say no to that, then you're gonna have to do things a little bit differently. If you want to use server components, basically, if you want to do what I did here, you have to use experimental. If you're not gonna use the app directory, then you need to learn about Git server-side props, and you can basically rewrite this to use Git server-side props. Yeah, I did disable telemetry. Yeah. Okay. We said hello. Thank you for saying hello, everyone. Let's update our to-do list. So right now, I think the first thing we'll work on is being able to click on the map to get a latitude, longitude. And Ryan Roga, thank you for the 14 months over on Twitch. 2 more months until graduation. I feel like you've taught me more than my university did. I don't know about all that, Ryan, but congrats. That's really awesome. You're getting close. So yeah, this is the first thing we're gonna work on. When you're creating a new place on the map, I just want to be able to click on the map. I don't want to have to manually put in the latitude, longitude. So that's going to be the first thing. After that, we need to update our validators. So when you're working on a large app, and especially an app that has both a client side and a backend or a server side, really any app kind of needs this. And Joe Mama, thank you for the resub. Appreciate you. Yeah, you can chat on both sides. Yeah, if you want the Twitch chat experience, you can go over to Twitch to chat, but you have to be on YouTube to watch. What I want to show you is our validators. So right now, we wrote this validator with Zod, and this describes a travel log entry as it would exist in the database. So we're validating everything as it would exist in the database. However, there are other types we need to consider, because whenever we make a post request to the server, that's going to be JSON data, and JSON does not support date objects. Also, JSON does not support undefined. There's a lot of things that JSON does not support. So what we need to do is we need to create a validator that will only be used on the client side, and it will validate the data before it's sent. So it's not going to be validating specifically like a date object. That's one aspect of it. The other thing is whenever we're doing the server-side render, right now we're getting an error in our terminal because Next.js doesn't know how to serialize a date object. So we need to handle that as well. Basically, before passing this data down, we need to serialize that data into a format that that Next.js is able to send down to the client-side version. Yeah, we could use something like Super JSON. I think ultimately what I'm going to do is just define separate interfaces and handle things the native way. So your client is sending regular plain old JSON, your server is accepting JSON, and then you need to serialize and deserialize between the data you're getting and then what you're expecting to put into your database. That's how we're going to code this up. So after we get the map working, that's what we're going to work on. Our serialization and deserialization. if you've ever worked in like .NET or Java, or if you've ever worked in any backend that is not JavaScript or TypeScript, you always have to worry about serialization and deserialization because JSON is not native to most languages. JSON is really only native to JavaScript and TypeScript, meaning we can just use JSON inside of our code. But in a lot of other programming languages, or most other programming languages, JSON isn't supported directly. So you always do have to think about this serialization and deserialization concept. And I'm not going to use a separate library. I'm not going to use super JSON or anything like that. We're going to use the JSON as it is, and we'll handle it when we get there. Okay, so that's one thing we need to do. I also want to update travelog icon. So right now it's this ugly blue icon. So I want to find a different one to use that matches the map a little bit better. What else do I want to do? You need to be able to edit an existing log. Yeah, because right now, once you create the thing, it's stuck. So if I wanted to change the image or the title or anything like that, I can't. So I want an edit button on this to be able to edit it. So we want that as well. And I'm going to put this under stretch, but potentially auth. I think what we'll do right now is lock down with a API key. So right now, if I were to deploy this, then literally anybody could add a point to the map. And I don't want that. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to have a single password, essentially, a single API key, and only the person that knows that API key can actually add items to the map. Now, this is a super simple version of authorization. We could get complex with it and add like Next.auth or auth.js, and then the user could actually log in, and then any user that logs in would see their own map, but that things get a lot more complicated at that point. So I want to limit the complexity and potentially do a future tutorial where we like add auth to it. All right, am I missing anything? A button that says visited and a counter for yeah, I mean, I would call all of these things kind of stretch features, right? Like I'm giving you the base code for this, but there's all kinds of really cool things you could code here. Like right now, this is places I have been, but what if you want places I want to go as well, and those show up as like a different color? And then like what Colette is saying, what if you want to say, oh well, I've been to this 3 times, so I can add a counter of how many times that I've been there. There's a lot of cool features that you can add. I just want to get the base functionality so that anybody that takes this can add all the stuff they want to it. Yeah. Extract the concept of counts or Twitch and YouTube and have a way to link them both. So I'm. Yeah, it's gonna be really tricky, Nick. I mean, the reason that I don't do that right now is because there's no user dashboard, right? So like as a Twitch user, you can't even log in somewhere to see what your teams and all of that other stuff is. And that's on purpose, because if I were to add a user dashboard where people could log in, a lot of people would mess with it. A lot of people would try to hack it, which is why right now there's no login. There's no login even on Vox, right? The only way that you can do things on this is if you have an API key. I've been doing this long enough that I know a lot of people are going to try to find holes in whatever I do here. And then also try to, it's complicated, and I'm probably not going to do that because of the complexity. But I could think about it for the future architecture of this. Basically, you could have a coding garden dashboard where users log in, they link all of their accounts, and now all of that data is synced. But that's way in the future. Yeah. Wouldn't it be easier to add a location by name? Yeah, it would, but it'd take a whole lot more code to do it. So I mean, that's another stretch feature you could add is search for locations. But the reason this gets more complicated is you need to find an API that allows you to search for things, and you need to add an interface for that. And once you get the search results back, you need to use that search result in the travelog that you're creating. So yes, this would be easier, but it would take more code to do it. Everyone's talking about, don't tell me what would be easier, just stop it. Wouldn't it be easier to convert the dates to epoch and then convert back to date? Yeah, there's a lot of ways to do it. I think one of the potential refactors we will do is use a timestamp instead. Honestly, this is going to help us a lot because then we don't even have to worry we might not even have to worry about deserialization at all. Really, the main thing that we're going to have to worry about is parsing. So taking that timestamp and turning it into a date so we can, or taking a date and turning it into a timestamp. But I think what we're probably going to use is timestamps. So yeah. What's up, Andrew? Welcome in. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm just going to put it on the center of the map. I don't personally, I don't want to add geolocation features because I don't want to dox my location. I know there are ways of in the dev console, you can set what your location should be, but the moment I close the console, it could potentially leak my location. So I'm not going to do that. Yeah. Yeah, well, we're not going to talk about other stuff right now. Hey, always Ed, thank you for being a member. Appreciate you. You're a fertilizer. That's awesome. Appreciate you. You're very kind. You know what would be easier? Pay somebody to write the app. That would be the easiest thing to do. And I don't mean to discourage all of you. It's just as a person as someone who's going to potentially make a tutorial out of this, I have to think about complexity, and I also have to think about, like, in the real, if this were a job and I were building this thing for a job, this would be known as feature creep. Basically, the client is like, oh, well, we want to add this feature, and we want to add this feature, and we want to add that feature, and you have to think about, well, prioritize, like, what are the most important features to actually have here? But for now, this is all we're gonna do. Would it be easier to quit programming? Yeah, and grow tomato. Yeah, be a farmer. Go be a farmer. Ask ChatGPT to write the app. It probably could. But actually, I don't know if it would be able to build the app for Next.js 13 beta, because this came out after ChatGPT was trained, so it actually doesn't know how the app folder works. I don't know. What's up, Fafik? Boga, hey, welcome in. I believe this is it. This is what we're gonna do today. And I think at this point, and we are gonna deploy. So we need to deploy the backend to Versal, and then we're also gonna deploy the database to Mongo Atlas. So yeah, it might, yeah, but there's a lot of ways you can go about this, right? Are you gonna ask a bot to build it for you? Or are you gonna learn about the underlying concepts and build the thing? Because I think that's the other thing why, and what people may not be realizing from what I'm trying to do here. I don't need to build this app. I have no use for this app, but it showcases a lot of concepts that new programmers can use and learn from when they're building their own apps, which is why I'm building this app. There's some other things in there as well. Deploy it with Docker. Well, if you wanted to deploy with Docker, it's going to be a bit more complicated, but you absolutely could. You would need to containerize the Next app. Potentially, if you're going to deploy your database in like a Kubernetes cluster or something like that, you could do that too. But Mongo Atlas is pretty nice because they automatically handle all the scaling and everything for you. And the other thing to think about is Next.js comes from the Versal team. So Versal is very finely tuned for deploying Next.js apps. And you technically can host it on a node server and a Docker container, but you're going to have the easiest time if you deploy it to Versal. Yeah, I don't have any discounts on Versal. And what's up, Omni King, who says, I feel so exhausted due to work. I feel ya. Take breaks. Take care of yourself. Eat good food. Try to exercise. Try to get good sleep. All of that's going to help, but I know it's hard. So those are not easy things to do. What's up, Paul? Welcome in. Yeah, and so we have CI/CD on our SvelteKit app that we're working on. We set up GitHub Actions for that. A tutorial on TRPC. Honestly, no. Here's what I'll tell you. Learn it from the docs. Because, I mean, really, as someone who would need to learn it first to even do a tutorial on it, this one image on the homepage tells me everything I need to know about TRPC. Literally, this is everything you need to know. And it's built with TypeScript, so you get type completion whenever you're using it. Does that make sense? Trust yourself. Read the docs. You can do it. All right, let's talk about the tech we're using, and I think I'm going to put that in the README because a lot of people have been asking. So, tech stack. We are using Next.js 13 beta, and we're using the app directory. We are using server components and client components, and potentially today. So this is one thing I didn't talk about. Right now, maybe this is just a bug in like an older version of Node. Because right now, you can see in the terminal, we're getting this error, reference error, window is not defined. I'll admit, I'm also like a little sassy this morning because I literally worked on this bug for 2 hours this morning before I went live. I was trying to fix this before I went live so I could easily fix it. I wasn't able to fix it. Now, I know why it's happening. I know there are 5 possible solutions for making this not happen. None of them worked. I don't know if it has to do because it's Next.js 13 beta, but ultimately it doesn't matter because the error happens on the server side, which is fine, and then we don't see any errors on the client side. At least with this, I was seeing errors on the client side when I was doing my testing earlier, but we're not seeing errors in there. Yeah, if you want to find parts 1 and 2, just check out the live section over here. Yeah, I was talking about this earlier, but it's nice that YouTube added the shorts and live sections, but I have a channel that's like majority of the content is older live streams. So a lot of people don't actually find them anymore because it got grouped over here. But if you click live, you'll see the 2 streams that came before this. Check it out over there. Why would there be a window on the server side? Well, exactly, there's not. There's not one. And that's what the issue. I'll talk about what the issue is just for a second so you realize what's going on here. There is a library that we are using that is assuming window exists. And when you're dealing with client side and server side, on the server side, there is no window. There is no document. It is not a web browser. And you can see specifically, we're pulling in Leaflet. Leaflet is a purely client-side library. And now that we're talking about tech, that makes sense. So we're using Leaflet for the maps. And we're also using React Leaflet. Yeah, window is only accessible on the front end. But if you ever see a log over here, this is backend. This is backend code because this is the Node.js process and the logs that are happening here. Logs that are over here, this is front-end code. Supposedly. I was running into some really weird things where like Next.js was forwarding the backend errors to the client side and like window wasn't defined on the client. It was some weird stuff. But if you're looking at a terminal specifically, this is server side, there is no browser environment. And so yeah, we're using a library called React Leaflet, which is a React wrapper around Leaflet.js. React Leaflet. Yeah, you definitely want to learn React first because everything inside of Next.js is based on React with some added stuff. So you can't really learn Next without learning React, I guess. But yeah, so we're using this library called React Leaflet, which is a wrapper around Leaflet.js. Like typically, whenever you're trying to integrate a library into a React app or a Vue app or a SvelteKit app, those libraries aren't really meant to be run directly inside of a client rendered framework like React or Vue because of things like the virtual DOM and other stuff. So you could try to use Leaflet directly, but you would end up writing this library, React Leaflet. So we just use React Leaflet because they wrap Leaflet for us and they give us nice little components like map container, tile layer, marker, pop-up, and then we can just use those inside of our app. But Leaflet specifically is only ever a client app. Like you're only ever going to have maps on the client side. I mean, technically you could have server rendered maps, but interactive maps like this, client side only. And so the reason that this error is popping up is the React leaflet library is requiring in leaflet, and that code is attempting to run on the server side when it shouldn't be. And then also we are bringing in leaflet. So if you look in our map component, we're pulling in leaflet because we need to do things like with the icon, and we use some of their functions like creating bounds. So we're using the leaflet library itself, but this component is marked as a client-side component, so it's allowed to use the window and document and stuff like that. But for whatever reason, even though this is marked as use client, the server-side process of Next.js still attempts to load that leaflet library, which is why we're getting this error. If you think you have an issue, or if you think you have a solution, do not tell me in the Twitch chat. Thank you, the Vanisher. Go comment on this issue over here. And also, if you think you have a solution, test it first. Because like I said earlier, I literally tested 5 different solutions that supposedly should have worked, but don't. So if you're going to offer a solution, I'll also offer a working code base so I can see what you did. But that's what's happening here. This is a completely client-side library. We need to use it in our app. I talked about it a second ago, but basically because the travel log map is a client-side component and the home component or the home page is a server rendered component or a server component, this stuff happens on the server and then this gets deferred to the client. But for whatever reason, even this import right here is running on the server. That's why we're getting that error. But we're not going to worry about that error because I already wasted so much time trying to fix it. All right, so we've got Next.js 13 beta, React leaflet. We're also using MongoDB. Here. What's up, Art? Welcome in. You missed a lot. Just rewind the stream. You didn't miss that much. I haven't started coding yet. If you watch the past episodes, you haven't missed anything. And specifically, we are using the direct MongoDB driver from npm. This one. A lot of people ask, am I using Prisma? No, we're doing some pretty basic stuff here. And so we right now are just using MongoDB, the direct MongoDB driver, nothing special. And if you've never used the direct MongoDB driver, you actually will see how simple it is. We literally bring in Mongo client, create an instance of it, and we're done. That's it. Now, if you look over here, we have a collection. We can pass in a TypeScript type, but now travel logs is essentially an ORM already. It has things like find, update, delete, all of that good stuff. So we're just using this library directly, but this will be a potential stretch feature that I might do today if we have the time, which is use Prisma instead. Now, I know I already said that this app is simple enough that we can just use the MongoDB driver, but if you're going to be expanding on this in the future, Prisma might be good for you. So potentially we'll use Prisma. I'm not disconnecting the Mongo client because this, I mean, right now this is a long running process. So it's a single connection and then all of the queries in our app share that connection. If this is running on a serverless function, the moment the app spins down, it disconnects from the database. If you know of a place that I need to put that disconnection code, let me know. But as far as I know, yeah, so I like doing try catch. Like right now, if this were to error out, this would be a server side 500 error, and this thing wouldn't even render. We could potentially wrap this in a try catch and then like show our own custom error here if the database doesn't connect. But if the database doesn't connect and we can't find the stuff, then we have bigger issues. So yeah, no Twitch stream just because I'm trying to grow over on YouTube. I'm trying to YouTube recommends my stream to a lot of people, so it has really good discoverability compared to Twitch. What am I doing? I want to link to the Next.js beta docs. Yeah, so we will never create a new connection because this db.ts file exports one single connection. That's one connection. Any other file that imports this is going to share that same connection. It won't freeze the app. It'll be a server-side error. So like, check it out. It'll be a 500 error. You could do this and then throw new error. Ah! Watch it happen. Yeah, so you get it like this. So this is when you're in dev mode in Next.js, like it shows the stack trace. When you're in production mode, it'll look slightly different, but it's not going to freeze the app. Basically, Next.js knows to forward that error through. We want to link here to the beta docs. Yeah. What are we doing? The app directory. App directory fundamental. I'm linking a bunch of stuff in the tech stack here. So there's that. And then we are using server components. The server and client components guide here. We're using Leaflet, we're using MongoDB, we're also using Zod. Not that. What's up, Nova? Welcome in. We will link here. So we're using Zod to do our validation, both on the client side and the server side. And we're using Zod to validate data before putting it into MongoDB, because MongoDB by default doesn't have any sort of validators. I think technically in the latest version of Mongo, they have like schemas, but for the most part, when you have a MongoDB collection, you can just put whatever you want into it. So we define our collection, or not, like we connect it to our collection right here. We could literally put in anything we want, but basically what we're doing is before inserting, we always validate using our Zod validator before putting it into the database. So basically we're using Zod to validate that data before we put it into the database. And we're also using Zod on the client side. So if you look in our form, we're using this library called React Hook Form. That's another thing that I'll link to. So React Hook Form makes it really nice to hook up several form inputs without having to have a bunch of state variables. It also makes it really easy to pass in a Zod validator. So that's what I want to show you here. So we have React Hook Form. It's going to let us do all that, the cool stuff that I just talked about. And then we're also pulling in the Zod resolver, where essentially we can pass the Zod validator that we created over here. So we define it once. We can use it on the server side before we put it into our database, and we can use it on the client side whenever we submit the form. So right here, when we're doing use form, we pass in this Zod resolver. And so whenever I click submit, behind the scenes, it automatically passes that form data through the Zod validator and will prevent the forms from submitting. It'll show errors if there were any errors. Next.13, I thought there, I don't know. is the app directory piece of it the beta part of it, or is Next.js 13 altogether beta? I actually don't know. I don't have any, Ryan, but if you it's just the app directory. Yeah, so these are beta features, but the Next.js 13 is not in beta. Yeah, so just the app folder is beta. I would say ask on the Discord, Ryan, because I think like Oscar has a lot of experience with SvelteKit, and a couple of other people do too. They might have some library recommendations for you. All right, let's just look at my package.json to see if I'm missing any of the other stuff that we're using. Daisy, I totally forgot. We're using Tailwind and Daisy as well. So Um, yeah, so there are no relations, but we only have a single collection, right? And there are no users in our system. So that's why this is a very simple setup here, where every single travel log in our database just has the information about it and it's not associated with a specific user. Once you start associating with a user, then you start to have relations for sure. Um, we're not going to do that though, I'll talk about later on how we'll lock things down, because right now with no auth and no users, every single user that goes to this app would be able to add points to the map, and we potentially don't want that. So I'm going to show how we lock it down without a full on user system. Yeah, oh yeah. So I missed that question from Nick. You can use Zod with just plain old JavaScript too. It absolutely works with just JavaScript, but it's really nice with TypeScript because you can do stuff like this, which will basically take this Zod validator that I defined up here and instantly give you back a show me the code. Show me the code. I mean, I don't know why it's not showing me the code, but it'll instantly give you back an interface, a type that you don't have to write yourself. Yeah. Yeah, so we're using Tailwind, but I mean, we are technically using like the utility classes like Flex and stuff like that. But we mainly brought in Tailwind so that way we could use Daisy UI. And if you're confused about like, is Tailwind Bootstrap, or how do I get Bootstrap like functionality with Tailwind? Tailwind is just utility classes. If you want a Bootstrap like experience, Daisy is one of the libraries that you could choose. So for instance, Daisy has buttons, and we have things like success, warning, and error buttons. And when we're using it, it kind of looks like Bootstrap, but all of this is built on top of Tailwind. So you benefit from the entire Tailwind system. And we have all of that set up as well. Okay. I'm going to separate this between backend, front end, and shared. All right, what else am I using? We're using TypeScript. Yeah, I guess we could point that out. Yeah, and then we'll also put like dev stuff. Finite singularity. Okay. What do I do? What do I do? I meant to disable raids. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Yeah, thank you for that shout. If you, I guess you can't hear me, Raiders, but if you want to come over to YouTube, you're more than welcome to. Um, I am so sorry. I feel like I can add. Let me do this. I actually don't know if I can share the audio device. Hello? If you can hear me on Twitch, I'm live on YouTube, and I'm sorry. I meant to disable raids. Um, but if you want to head over to YouTube, please do. If you don't, that's okay too. But I'm actually not live on Twitch. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll see you on YouTube. If not, thanks for dropping in. We'll see you. All right. Um, Test? I feel like captions stopped working. Test 1 2. There we go. Captions are back. Captions are back. All right, give me a second though. I need to go disable raids on Twitch so that doesn't happen again. Okay. All right, here we are. I was talking about what we're using in our app. And if you are joining us from Finite Singularity, thank you very much. Thank you for coming over to YouTube. I'm working on an app with Next.js 13, and I'm learning Next.js 13. And right now, I'm just going through the process of writing out all of the tech that I'm using because people were curious. So that is what I am doing. So on the back end, we're using Next.js 13 beta with the app directory, and we're also using server components. We're using MongoDB as our database, and then we're just using the direct MongoDB driver. We're not using Prisma or anything, or Mongoose or anything like that. We're using TypeScript and Zod. On the front end, we have React Leaflet, React Hookform, Tailwind, and Daisy. Now I'm going to talk about developer tools because we also set up ESLint. Let's find ESLint here. And we also set up Prettier, and we combined the two. Specifically, if we look in integrating with linters, we have ESLint plugin Prettier. And so this makes all of our Prettier rules available as linting rules. And then what else? I guess technically, do we have the Tailwind plugin for Prettier? We don't. We probably should add it. All right, that's all the dependencies. That's a lot of stuff. But this is all the stuff that we're using so far. I'll put it in a GitHub just so that you can click on it. Here you go. These are all the things. So we did that. And now we can actually write some code, unless I'm missing anything. I'm gonna take a quick breather. If you have any questions about all the stuff that I just talked about, please let me know. I'll be happy to answer it, and then we'll get into actually writing some code. 2-minute timer. Oh, good call, Oscar. I should actually put React. React. How do I generally learn new frameworks? I just dive right in. And so basically, like you're seeing my process right now. I have a list of things that I want to do, and then I figure out how to do it in that given framework. Now, that comes with already having done similar things before. So I didn't talk about it, but I built a very similar app about 3 years ago, but I was not using a server rendered framework. I was using a separate API and a separate React app. So I built an API with Express that talked to MongoDB, and then I built a completely separate React frontend that talked to that API, and that's how we built the app. But now we're doing this server-side render thing with server components and stuff like that. So this is the main stuff that I need to learn about. So basically the way I learn it is I use what I already know about similar things, and then I learn what I don't know, and I look up what I don't know. That's my process. Just some streams. Oh man, I should disable that too. I am so sorry. Uh, dang it. But just for some streams, I think honestly, eventually I might move over to YouTube permanently, just because like there's more discoverability. Like YouTube is suggesting my live stream um, to there we go. Anybody can chat. Sorry about that, everybody. But YouTube suggests my live stream to all the people that are like looking up JavaScript tutorials and stuff like that. So the potential for more viewers is way bigger on YouTube. And I'm doing the that's 2 minutes. I'm doing the weird thing where I'm not simulcasting because I am a partner, and technically I'm not allowed to do that. I know there are quite a few people that are doing it anyways, so honestly, I might start doing that. But we'll for now. I guess just on principle, I'm not simulcasting. Yeah. Let's say if you want to use Tailwind and Daisy, and there won't be a conflict, as there is practice to not mix up UI and CSS. Oh, yeah, so there won't be. So because Daisy is built on top of Tailwind, you're allowed to use them together. How to find streams on YouTube? Well, that's the thing, is like it's hard to find live streams, but YouTube will suggest my live stream to somebody that's watching like a JavaScript tutorial of some kind. That's basically what I'm saying, and that's how people find me on YouTube when I'm live. There is no live programming section on YouTube, while there is on Twitch, which makes it easier. But the YouTube algorithm will suggest, and I guess the other aspect and the thing to mention is my live streams continue to get views after the live stream. So this video that I was talking about earlier, like what this app is based on, that was a 4-hour live stream 3 years ago. But now it lives there and people keep watching it. So this has gotten 272,000 views since then. So on Twitch, after I publish a live stream, the VOD is there for 60 days, but it's not exactly discoverable either. And I started specifically an archive channel, but it's very slow growing. Like, I mean, if you look at so the archive channel is purely Twitch VODs uploaded, but because it's a smaller channel, it doesn't get suggested and recommended by the YouTube algorithm. You can see that these videos only have a few hundred views, but if I were to stream these directly to YouTube, they would have thousands of views, because like typically my live streams on Twitch get like between 4,000 and 6,000 unique viewers. But I lose all of those stats the moment I upload like a brand new VOD to the YouTube archive. I feel like I'm rambling. Am I making sense? I don't know. There's a lot of reasons why I would stream on Twitch. The interaction stuff to do is really hard. Yeah, it is really hard. And I've been working on so right now you can see that I have this custom chat overlay. This is like this. I wrote this chat overlay over 2 years ago. And Fafik, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. So I wrote this overlay over 2 years ago, and now I'm using it. But you can see that it's combining Twitch and YouTube chats. But all of the other interaction stuff, like redemptions and even like chatbot commands, all of that stuff is really hard to do with YouTube. But I'm working on potentially making it easier. So, yeah. All right. Let's talk. Somebody asked the question about Tailwind versus Daisy UI. Let's show an example of this. So, here. So you can see I'm using these Tailwind classes. So width full, height full. So, but like this will essentially give us 100% width, 100% height on this main element here. And these are Tailwind classes. And I'm allowed to use these because I have Tailwind configured with post CSS in my app. But then whenever the Tailwind and post CSS runtime come across a CSS class that was defined by Daisy, it's going to inject the correct Tailwind classes. So for instance, if we look on the sidebar, there's a little button over here. And then this has class names button info. These are classes that are defined by Daisy UI. And so when Tailwind comes across these, it knows that Daisy UI has essentially defined a custom apply rule and called it button. And so those Tailwind classes get loaded in automatically. I do believe if we look at this element directly, actually it does have button on there. And so technically Tailwind is injecting the full CSS classes, like it's generating the full CSS classes there. But all of that to say, you are meant to use Tailwind and Daisy UI together. They're supposed to be used together. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I honestly, Ryan, it's not a horrible idea. I think like we've talked about this in the past. Like, I should basically just stop using the integrated chat clients, and then the world is mine. I can do whatever I want, right? Um, huh. Yeah, it is interesting, Ryan. Honestly, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. It's gonna happen tomorrow. I'm gonna stop being stubborn and just do it because um I don't know, because I'm going to. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're a supporter of the Coding Garden in our Discord, we have supporters only channels. I did a live stream last week where I integrated the Twitch API, or sorry, the YouTube live chat API into my current Coding Garden backend. So basically, this overlay can go away, and we'll integrate the YouTube chats into my existing overlay. Because I mean, this looks the same, but it doesn't. You notice it doesn't have all the badges and everything else, and the teams and stuff. And it does have this feature, which we need to add, which highlights a message. But yeah, yeah, I want to create courses eventually, but um, I'm a big old procrastinator. All right, and I mean we're procrastinating now because I haven't written a single line of code, and I'm already exhausted. Let's do it. So, what the feature that I want to add right now is I want to be able to click on the map to add a specific location. So. Right now, I showed this earlier. When we're adding a location, latitude and longitude you have to manually put in. Basically, what I want is whenever you click add travel log, or whenever you click a new place on the map, we'll keep track of that, and then you can drag that marker around, and it will automatically have that latitude longitude. Yeah, Andreas. Yes. I mean, the thing is, I've procrastinated all of my life. I don't know. The stream is so early. I'm doing an all-day stream. So if you didn't know, I guess this is an advertisement for it. Tomorrow, I'm going to be streaming all day. And for some of you, it's going to be really annoying because literally every 20 minutes, I'm going to ask you to support the Coding Garden. So, and I guess I'll just do that right now because I'm already talking about it. I do not have any corporate sponsorships. I've never taken a corporate sponsorship on any of my YouTube videos. Everything I do is supported by you, the viewer, and you can support me through Patreon, YouTube memberships, or Twitch subs. Patreon is probably the best way because I get the most money, but whatever works for you is great. So if you go to coding.garden/support, there's links for all of the various ways to support me. I would really appreciate it if you supported me so that I can keep doing what I'm doing. But basically, I'm going to do that like every 20 minutes tomorrow. It's going to be really annoying, but also hopefully it gets people to actually support me. Yeah. And thank you, Nick Tyndall. I appreciate that. Yeah. All right, let's get this working. So let's go look at the leaflet docs. Yeah, well, and so check out the merch. It's on that link. But I got shirts. I recently increased the prices, so I'm actually making profit. So I am making roughly $5 or €5 profit from all of the stuff on the merch store right now. So whatever price you see, I make about $5 for each one that you buy. Yeah. And then I also have some stickers for sale. We're going to go look at Leaflet because Leaflet probably has okay, we're going to keep procrastinating and answer Zerk's question. Yes, there is a reason why, because it's broken. And specifically, I think it's because of the server side rendering aspect of this. But if you look at Mapbox, and I guess that's another thing we didn't mention, we're technically using Mapbox Studio tiles. So I'll link to this in the README as well. Um, So you might be wondering, how does my leaflet map look so cool? I signed up for Mapbox Studio. I went in, I chose a base map, and then it lets you customize everything. You can change the colors of the roads. You can change the font sizes and everything else. So I did that a while back, and now I have this dark map. And if you zoom in far enough, the street names are in green, coding garden green. So Mapbox Studio lets you design a custom map, and then they give you a tile layer URL that you can use. And what was I gonna say? It's still limited by a certain quota. Like you can only have a certain number of map loads per month, but after that you could pay for it. But that's how we're getting a custom map inside of Leaflet. We're using Mapbox Studio. But if you look at Mapbox directly and you look at their solutions, Mapbox GL.js, they talk about some of the libraries that you can use. Specifically, there is React Mapbox GL. However, this library is very out of date. So you can see plugins and frameworks, and then there's a section that says framework integrations, this one, React Mapbox GL. Unfortunately, this library was last updated in 2020, so it does not support the latest version of React. So that's why we can't use this one. Now there is React Map GL, this one. And thank you, Shafayette. Thank you for the donation. I really do appreciate that. Let me make sure you don't have a message. If you do, I'll read it out. Whoa, Kristen, thank you for the super chat. That's the other, I need to add YouTube stuff to my notification overlay. No message? Okay, I do appreciate it though. Thank you for the support. And Kristen, also thank you for the support. Let's look at it. It's a Shiba dog in a combat position. Nice. So this library exists, and I do believe it's from the people at Uber, the fine engineers over at Uber. And this is like a more up-to-date version rather than this one. However, it's not up to date enough. So if you look at the first stream, we tried to use this library first, and there was, I think it's using an older version of well, it's like using some deprecated APIs internally, and you get a bunch of errors and warnings in the console. So this library also needs to be updated to support the latest React and also to support like server components, which is why we're not using either of these, and why we are using Leaflet. Now, what Xers also asked is ArcGIS JS. I have not heard of this. Do they have a React library? They tell you to write your own. Right? Somebody's probably written a wrapper, but I don't want to write my own wrapping code. I mean, there might be a wrapper out there, but we looked at these two libraries again, and then we just settled on Leaflet because that one seems to work. Really, the only issue we now have with React Leaflet is on the server side, we get this window is not defined, but it doesn't hurt anything. The app still works. It's just a bummer to see that whenever that page loads. Okay, what I want is almost like a drag drop. Because basically what I want is I want the user to be able to click anywhere on the map. Whenever the user clicks on the map, I want to open up the new form and then have the marker centered on that location. But let's make it so when the user clicks on the map, we show a specific marker. Honestly, I think all I need to do is listen to the mouse down event on the map itself. Let's see. Like if we look on map container, am I allowed to do on there is close pop-up on clicked on click. I might actually have to add it directly to the map reference. So right now we have this function that loads whenever we get access to the map. And so right here is potentially where we can add the click handler. Let's see. Oh, it's potentially an event handler, like on click. Then we get access to the event. This might be it. If it is, we'll have to potentially pass this click handler into this init map component that we created. So that way we can access the state from over here. But let's see if this works. We're just going to log the event. And that should have the latitude, longitude. Then we can put like the clicked location on state. Let's see. So I click the map. Yeah. So on there, it has a lat long object with latitude, longitude. That's pretty much what we want. And so what we need is a state variable to keep track of where that latitude, longitude is. And then we'll be rendering it as a marker on the map. So let's add some state right here. So right now I'm throwing an error if you don't have this environment variable defined. I kind of don't want to do it in the component. I think I'm just going to do it like right here. Also, that made me think of another to-do. I want to create a config object loader with validation. So that way we're not accessing process.env directly. But for now, I'm just going to move that out. We'll do this, and we need a state variable. So we call it current location or new travel log location. We'll come up with a better name. But basically, we need a state variable to keep track of this. So to use state, initially it's null, but then when we click on the map, we want to set that state. We need to import useState from React. And I do believe we can get the type. So l.latitude longitude. Basically, I want to tell it what type of state this is going to be. Yeah, I can do this or null. So there we go. This is a type provided by Leaflet, or the Leaflet types. Wait, did I miss that message from Nick? I did. How much to get the seedling on a premium hoodie? I'll just make myself a to-do. I'll do it right after the stream. Thank you, Nick Tyndall. I appreciate that. To do. Add hoodie. You didn't have to pay me money for that, Nick. I do appreciate it, though. Am I missing messages? I think I am missing YouTube messages. I think my... Yeah, the YouTube backend service currently unavailable. Okay, let me catch up on messages that I missed. Declare const window any. Someone at Mapbox told me they use Mapbox directly in React apps and they don't use a React wrapper. We could try that. It just seems like a lot of work because if you see the work that they did in React Map GL, like the library that I showed you earlier, it's a lot. So it makes me think that as our app grows and at a certain point, we're basically just recreating that library, but I don't know. I know a good service solution to address autocomplete. Algolia comes to mind. I think. I also don't know what kind of autocomplete you're talking about, but yeah. I don't think this is going to work on JS because the Leaflet code that gets imported literally tries to access the window object, which is the issue. Does it? I don't know about. I mean, we can try it. we can do. Would I do this in my server-side route here? I don't think this is going to get rid of it specifically because that Leaflet code is running and trying to trying to access the window object, right? Let's try to do like window dot thingy. Where are we? Here. Kill this. Run it. Does this really get rid of the error? That would be fascinating. No, it's still there. Like if you look at the internal leaflet library, it literally is doing a bunch of DOM stuff like window dot document dot. Ultimately, what needs to happen is a dynamic import of the leaflet library that prevents it from running unless it's on the client side. And that's what I spent an hour debugging this morning. I couldn't even get that working. It just kept running on the server side, whatever reason. Does React allow TypeScript by default? Yeah. So we specifically generated a Next.js app, and we told it to use TypeScript. If you're using Vite, you can generate a React TypeScript app. If you're using Create React app, they have a TypeScript template. Yeah. What's up, Ucha? Welcome in, and hello, Nova. Yeah, so that's the other reason why I'm baffled why this is happening is, and when I was reading about server and client components, so this is a server component. We haven't put use client on it. It's doing database stuff in the component itself. And what I read was you can import a client component in here, but as long as that has use client on it, it's not going to try to do anything server with it, and it will only run this on the client. And I guess I also attempted to do a dynamic import of this component because right now, technically, we are importing it in the server side code, and that in turn imports leaflet. What we could do is pull in dynamic, which is a way of like lazy loading a component. I guess it doesn't do destructure. And then we can say something like travel log map is dynamic, and then we do an import of this. And then we can also say server-side render is not what we want to do. And I don't know why it doesn't know that exists, but import call options. Yeah, I just think TypeScript doesn't know about our Next.js stuff. But this is a guaranteed client-side import, right? So I'm not importing it on the server side. I'm saying, hey, this should be only imported on the client side, no server-side rendering. And then what dynamic does is it wraps lazy loading and suspense all in one. So that allows us to render our component here with the suspense and lazy. I think this still, yeah, okay, here's the thing. Now when we do this, window is not defined shows up in our console here, and it shows up on the server side. So that makes it even worse. It might be a bug in Next.js 13, honestly. Because if we go back to this, then the error only happens on the server side. It doesn't happen on the client side. See? Like I said, I debugged that for like 2 hours this morning. It was worth a try. I agree, Andreas. What's up, Gosniak? Glad to see you. Use it in the import call, not the dynamic. What do you mean, Hushu? Oh. No, it is the import call. Right? Or you mean like this? Oh! Will this fix it? This fixes it. I passed it into the wrong object? Man, I was doing that all this morning. I was passing it in here. I was like, why doesn't it know? Why doesn't it know it exists? Oh. Oh. Thank you, Hushu. I really do appreciate that. Let's double check that it actually is working. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, I literally wasted 2 hours this morning passing it into the wrong object. They do have docs on this. So if you look in the Next.js docs, they talk about dynamic. First try, 3 hours later, dynamic import. Yeah, this thing. And yeah, you're totally right. I was passing it into the import, but it's an argument to dynamic. Oh man. But I do thank you, Hushu. I appreciate that. We fixed it. We fixed it. So actually, this is a fix that we want, because now that code will only ever be loaded on the client side, which is what we want, because you can see over here we're bringing in leaflet, we're doing all this client side stuff. That makes the most sense here. I think like technically we could export this from the other. I think we'll do it this way, because that makes sure that it's only imported on the client side. Cool. All right. What was I doing? We have some state here. So we're gonna pass this set new travel log location. We're gonna pass this down to the init map. Actually, I could do something like on map click. I'm gonna create a new prop called on map click. That's gonna give us it's gonna pass through that event so that I can do something like set new travel location with e.lat launch. YouTube chat crashed again? Yeah, the service is currently unavailable. 503. It could be rate limiting on the part of YouTube chat. Programming do be like that. I agree. This is why coding with an audience is helpful. I agree with that. Definitely. Cool. No, trust me. TypeScript was right. So it's only loaded on the client side because it's lazy loaded. Yeah. So if you look into React, there's also this concept of suspense and also this concept of lazy. And so if you're just in pure React, you're not in Next.js, you would use those two. Dynamic, as far as I learned, is a combination of the two, because typically what you'd have to do is you import it with lazy. That gives you a lazy component, but that lazy component needs to be a child of a suspense component. This does it all in one. And I think you can also pass in loading, yeah, like this. And then you can tell it what to render while this is loading. This needs to be like that. Yeah, like this. And so now on the client side, it'll render, yeah, for a split second, you saw it said loading and then it showed it. I'm okay with nothing because we just have, I think we have the background with CSS set to black. So it's black and then it flashes. Honestly, we should probably add like a loading spinner to do loading spinner, because it does have to import a lot of stuff. Yeah. 2 weeks ago, I lost 4 days because of the single true false configuration issue. That was frustrating. Happens all the time. The thing is, like Acid Spark was telling me, like TypeScript was telling me, TypeScript was like, this is not a, you can't do this. You can't do that. But I ignored it. I was like, the docs are telling me that I can. Okay. We're almost, we keep getting distracted. For now, we're just going to pass through this, this event like this. But we now need to define on map click for this init map function. Basically, this is a wrapper function or a helper function we wrote to automatically center the map and zoom in or out whenever the map loads, because we need to get access to that underlying map object. So now we're going to pass in on map click, and then we'll put that in our props. I'm going to define another interface here. This is going to be the init map props right here. And then on map click is a function that returns void, but what does it accept? It accepts whatever this is, which is an l.leafletMouse event. And then we can call, but we also have logs here. Now we can call on map click when the map click happens. So when the map is clicked, call that function. We pass that function down here, and so now we should be getting that console log back. So we click, it comes back, and we want object.latlng. So we'll do set new travel log location to e.latlng, like that. So that's going to put it on state, and then we can use that on here. So right now we're adding markers to the map based on the array of logs from the database. We can do the same thing and just say if there was a new travel log location, then we will render it with a marker. And we're going to have to define a new marker position, but we'll do something like this. But now the position is not this, it is literally new travel log location, like this. Feature loading spinner, yeah. So check it out, my friends. Now, whenever I click on the map, it's just gonna add, it's gonna move, yeah, it doesn't add a new one, but it moves that marker. And now we can use that initial, like the location of this inside of our form over here. So instead of letting them specify it, basically anytime I move this, I want to use that location inside of the form. Cool. We'll change the marker color later. Let's get it all hooked up, and then we'll work on making it look pretty. Your previous message didn't show? Let me look at the YouTube chat. Programming do be like that? I saw that. I saw that message. That's what progress looks like. And what's up, Giovanna? Welcome in. Look at that. Wow. Okay. So now, we also want to use this location inside of our form. So this is the tricky part. We need to move where we're rendering our form, or we need to move this little state variable up to the parent. And that's going to be tricky because I don't want to move it here, because then that would require me to import leaflet inside of a server component. So I'm actually going to put this sidebar inside of the map component. We could technically create like a parent wrapper here, but let's see what it looks like if I put it here. Ultimately, I'm doing this so that I can pass down that location to it. Let's see. Yeah, and then I need to move this import into here. So that seems to work. It feels not good though, because this component is called travel log map, and now it has the map and the sidebar. I mean, you could think of the sidebar and the map as all in one. I'm going to put it in a separate component. I'm going to create a wrapper component for these. And we're going to call it like the travel log client. So we can be sure and we know that all of this stuff is loaded on the client side. Everything is one app, yeah, but it feel in terms of like component separation and like where I'm defining the stuff, it feels hacky to put the sidebar in the map. The sidebar logically does not exist outside the map. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I guess we'll leave it, but this is something you would consider when you're building a large application. Because the other thing about that is, and why this potentially gets awkward, is let's say you're a new developer on the team and you need to find where the travel log sidebar is rendered. You go here and it's like, oh, it's not there. And then you have to like kind of noodle around until you actually find it. You also could search the whole code base. But that's mainly what I'm thinking about is like, for future developers, will they know to look here for the sidebar? I don't know. For now, Sure. And for now, that allows us to pass in the initial, or we can pass in the lat launch. I've had arguments about where to put a component for hours. Yeah. And if you work on a team, you like, I would probably raise this as a discussion in a code review. I would be like, does it belong there? Yeah. Oh, yeah. No worries, Hushu. We're specifically, we are using Daisy, so they probably have a loading spinner. That's why I put the to-do, though, is I'm just trying to get stuff done. I don't want to get sidetracked. Radial progress. Yeah, so they have something like this. They don't have a animated one? Yeah, I have not been able to enable links on YouTube. There's like settings to say, hey, allow links. Well, that's why I want. Oh, is there a different? Do they separate that out in Daisy UI? See, now we're getting sidetracked. I was working on another thing. We want indeterminate progress. Loading indicator. Like this. Spinner. Ooh, they have different colors, so we can do the green one. Which one is it? 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, 3. It's this one. I mean, this should be an easy add, though, because right here we say loading. And this is our little component right here. Does this much. Class name. Class name. Let's see what happens. Ooh, it's there. But we could wrap it in a parent component that takes up full width and height and is a flexbox. You're right. This should be a component as well. This is the loading spinner. But if I have a parent now, and this is this, and it has full width and full height, and it's a flexbox with justify center, now that little loading buddy should be right in the center. It's not. I guess we want the height of the viewport. How do I do that? Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, H full should work, but I just want item center. Yeah. Yeah, you saw that? Loading. Boom. All right. But here's the thing. We got sidetracked. Now we're over here building a loading component. Well, let's go define ourselves a loading spinner. We're going to put this in components. Does it fade? Come on. Export default function loading spinner. And then we need to return this. Oh man, I lost it. But we need to say, hey, actually this doesn't even have to be a client component because it's not doing any JavaScript stuff. It literally is just codes. So now that can actually be server rendered, which is pretty cool. Grid place content center. That's another way to do it, isn't it? I'm happy with what we did. Full. And then, I mean, technically that's 2 CSS classes instead of 3. Yeah. Is this different from using a loading.tsx file next to your page? It's not. So I am just deciding to put these in the components folder. But what's nice is in the Next.js 13 beta app directory, you can put components anywhere. but as long as you put use client at the top of them when they need to be a client component, they can exist anywhere. I believe before the beta, anything in the directory it assumed was a server page or server component. But we got a loading spinner. The to-do is gone. And now we can go back to what we were doing. And here's the thing. Do you even remember what we were doing? We were passing location down to the form like this. I can't believe I remember that, but new travel log location. Basically, we want to pass that down to the sidebar. So the sidebar can pass this down to the form. Honestly, though, we could architect this slightly differently. We could put the sidebar back where it was, and we could create a provider, and our provider would be the way of sharing that location across our app. Because this is where we're gonna let's write it this way, and then I'll tell you why we would potentially write it the other way. Because we're gonna pass this down, and then we have to pass it down one more level. So first of all, let's go to the travel log sidebar. You can see that the travel log sidebar loads the travel log form. And that means we're going to have to do some prop drilling. So we now take in the lat launch, and then now we need to pass that down to the travel log form. And then we need to define this prop on the travel log form. And to get rid of these TypeScript errors, we need to define the types of it. But yeah, now this gets that. And then over here, it's that, and then we can tell it that it's l.latLonge of the type. You have access to L in here? Oh, it's a global namespace. That's cool. And then we can use the lat longitude, and when we pass in our default values, we can say this at 0 and this at 1. Element implicitly has any type because the expression of type 0 cannot be used with type. Oh yeah, because it's potentially null. So can I do this? What do I need to do? This, then this, else this? Oh, it's an object. We do it like this. However, TypeScript isn't yelling at me yet because technically this is also could be null if they haven't clicked on the map yet. So I need to do that, and now TypeScript is going to be like, hey, that could be null. And then like if that doesn't exist, then I want a default value. But now, if I click on the map, well, that's not actually going to change it. I need to click on the map first, then open the sidebar. So if I click on the map, open the sidebar, look at that. We've got the latitude, longitude. But now if I move this around, it's not updating because this is the initial value. So technically, I need to listen for when the latitude, longitude has changed. So we need a use effect. Yeah, we're going to change the color eventually, but we're just trying to get it working first, and then we're going to work on styles and behavior. So should I use nullish coalescing? Yeah, that'll work because lat longe resolves to null. Yes, that'll. In this case, this is potentially null, so that'll work. Okay, when latitude longitude changes, then we can set value with latitude. We want to be lat longe.lat. And longitude will be that lng like this. And in this case, I only want to run this if this is not null. So I can just do this number. So if this is defined, do this. My linter is complaining because technically set value needs to be passed into the dependency array. Now, whenever I click around, you can see the latitude, longitude updates to wherever I click. So that's cool. But let's talk about a refactor of a potential refactor. So right now, because we're passing this prop, this is known as prop drilling. So if we go all the way back up out here, so the code starts here, it passes this latitude, longitude down to the sidebar. Then the sidebar takes this in. We haven't even defined the props here. So we still need to define the props. Then this passes it down to this component. This component has defined it on the props, and then it can use it. This is very cumbersome. And what we could use instead is the context API, where basically we could define a context at the top level. And then both of these components, well, so this component and then eventually the form component can get that context value without needing to pass it down as props. I think this is a good use case for that. Does everyone agree? Smile in chat if you agree with me. Yeah, we could do that, Andreas, but the reason I'm not doing it is because we're going to refactor all of this anyways. But yeah, you could do an early return. So if this is null, don't even try to do this. That's another way to write this for sure. Yeah. Yeah, you can't hear my typing because I'm removing noise values. Remove the default value so it fails if the user tries to submit without setting values. I think this was broken actually. Let's see what happens here though. If you open this without that and try to submit it, yeah, it's not even validating that. We need to fix that. But what we're actually going to do though is we're going to get rid of these two input boxes and we're just going to show the latitude, longitude, but there's no way to manually change it. The only way to change it is to move the point on the map. Smile? Okay. Yes? 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 Okay. Would only add to move the location to somewhere cute like the Botanical Garden in Denver. We can do that. Do I know where it is? Isn't it like over here somewhere? Over here somewhere? We'd have to look it up on the map. This is where search would come into play, but I don't have it. But yeah, you can see, look at that. Look, we know how to react. That the stuff automatically changes. All right, let's use the context API and let's look it up because I don't remember how to use it directly. So yeah. Did I see that they're going to add the pipe operator? They've been working on adding the pipe operator for a very long time. So yeah, I did see it. There's also a lot of like history and drama behind it too, because people are arguing or were arguing over what the syntax should be. And then recently, a lot of people learned about the feature and now they've redug up a lot of those opinions and drama about what the new syntax should be. But I actually don't know if I like the pipe operator. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say like, it's one more way to write composed code, but we already have a way of writing that. It's just like messy with a bunch of parentheses. That's the pipe operator. If you search for TC39 pipe operator, you can find the proposal. All right, let us do it. You create a context. That gives you a provider that you can wrap your components in. And then there's a hook way of getting access to the provider values. Let's look at the React beta docs because these docs still use class components. Yeah, functional. Yeah, so the pipe operator is a functional concept for sure. For sure. Passing data deeply with context. Prop drilling. Look, I use that word. So basically, we're drilling that lat launch prop all the way to that component. Instead of doing that, we can define a provider at the top level, and then any component that wants to modify or use that can get access to the context. Use Preact signals. We're going to stick to React stuff. I don't want to install another dependency. Why are your messages being hidden? I don't know. Zustand? How about using usestand instead of context? It's another dependency. That's why. Also, I would use easy peasy if I was going to choose something. This is also a lot less code. You create a store, have the store provider, and then use it anywhere. I like this a lot more than Zustand. Zustand is probably a lot more lightweight because this is built on top of Redux, but a lot of bigger React apps are already using Redux anyway. So this is like a better Redux boilerplate. We're gonna use the context API. It's built in. It's built in. Tell me how to do it. Create the context. Use the context. All right. We're gonna create the context. Yeah, another dependency which has dependencies, which has dependencies. Yeah, I mean, this is another thing that I think a lot of newer developers and even like mid-level developers don't think about a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of options, but every single one of those options, I would have to do this npm install. And what you may not think about is exactly like Oscar just said, that dependency has other dependencies, and then that dependency has other, like, an npm install is not free, right? If we npm install Jotai or Zustand, we don't get, it's not free, but it's going to increase our client bundle size. It's more dependencies to keep track of and keep updated. We're going to use what's built in, especially, like, this isn't too complex. We're not, it's not too complex. Do we create a folder for our context? Or do we just create an app context? What's up, friends? I write a lot of I mean, I wouldn't generalize it to front-end devs. I would just say most devs don't write tests. But also, it's hard to test front-end components. And especially right now, this is server-side and client-side rendered. That makes the whole testing process even trickier. But yeah. I've not heard of NCU. You know what? I'm going to create, for now, I'm going to create a file called app context, because this is going to be something that's used. But anything that we want to lift the state up, we're going to put it in here. So we have our app context. I do believe the value that you pass in here is the initial value. So we won't pass anything in. Default value. No, nothing, because we're going to define that initial stuff at the top level. Okay. Now, we want our app provider to have all of the stuffs. I appreciate that, Alex. And thank you for hanging out. Hopefully you feel better. It gets better. I don't know. The world sucks. Everything sucks. Everything literally sucks. But I guess what I've found recently is you just don't worry about things that aren't yourself, right? Like the news, other people, all that stuff. That's the kind of stuff that brings you down. So if you can, depend on yourself as much as you can. I know a lot of people can't do that because you have so much going on in your life, but I don't know. Reduce your influences is all. Is my only point that I'm making. Yeah, I guess it's a good point, Lipus. Is like why I'm doing basically this is my developer testing, right? Like I add a feature and then I make sure it works, and then I add a feature and I make sure it works. Where that breaks down is when I add a new feature, I could potentially be breaking other features, and that's where tests are going to help us. But yeah, everything sucks. Me, yeah. Actually, I think with TypeScript, I think you're totally right, because I think I need to define this interface here. So I'm going to call this the app context. And what I want is a, I mean, I gave it a name earlier, the new travel log location. I want a better name for this. I guess we could call it current marker location. And then we'll also have set current marker location. This will be a function that takes in a location, which is of type l.latLange, and doesn't return anything. Right? Yeah. That is unfortunate, Alex, but keep at it. Keep at it. There are a lot of jobs. I know it's harder, especially like if you're entry level or you're like new to the industry, but even though companies are laying off, there still are a lot of jobs. I guess, do we make these potentially? I don't want to make those potentially undefined. I guess I do have to define the initial values here. And then we'll camel case this. Current marker location is null. This can be null. And then the set current marker location is just going to be a little void function. That okay. This is it. I do believe, and then we can create our provider. I'm thinking I want to wrap. So I guess let's just try to use it first, because what we need to do is we need to define the provider right here. I need to say something like app context. We'll import that dot provider, and we wrap all of our other stuff in it. And then we need to provide the value here. But this is where we're going to need state, because here we're going to say the current marker location is null, and the set current marker location, we need a function that does some set state here. But I can't define all of that in this component because this is a server component. So I'm actually going to define this provider in its own component, because it needs to be a client-side component, and then we'll import it here. So that goes there. It's a good example, Codex. Like, all of this so that we don't have to drill the props down, because the code right now is technically working, but what I'm missing is prop validation. So that's a prop, and then in the sidebar, I need to add prop validation here, and then the prop gets passed down here, and then right now we added this to our prop. So it's a lot of extra code and very cumbersome. So we are going to make it so that it's not cumbersome. App provider.ts. We will do use client. This is going to be a client component because it's going to have state, and we're going to have our app provider. Which takes in React children, and then we'll render them inside of app context. That gets imported. Great. Wait, no. Oh, I should not use this name. Apparently, this name is taken. So I should not be using the word app context. I should call this travel log context. Good call, Terawatt. We need to make this TSX as well. I'm going to call this travel log context because what I didn't realize is Next.js has a built-in type called app context, and I do not want to interfere with that. So this will be the travel log context and the travel log provider. .tsx, not TSS. TSX. Cool. Cool. And then now, if I do travel log context, that gets imported from the right spot. Dot provider, we do this. And we will render the children there. But thanks, Nick. Thanks for reaching out to Alex. We're making connections happen here on the Coding Garden. Coding.garden/Discord. And then I do believe Nick Tyndall's name is there. It's just in Tyndall. I'm glad I didn't use Redux too. Okay. All right, so there's a couple of things. First, we need to define what children are. They are React nodes. So I'm gonna do that here. Children are small humans. So I need my app provider props. Children, React dot. Is it just React node? And then I can say that these are provider, yeah. And then I think this is ESLint. Now we need to define the value here. We bring in state. There's a lot we need to do here. Let me get this all set up because we need use state. I'm also going to bring in React node from React. So it looks like that. And then we need a state value, and this is going to be the current marker location. So basically, now this is where the lifting the state comes into play. So if you recall, on our map, we defined this state variable here. But now I'm going to be moving this state variable into the context, not into the provider, right here. So now we'll have this state variable here, and we can pass this in as the value because the initial value needs the, what is it, current marker location. So I'm actually going to rename these to current marker location and set current marker location, like this. And then this also needs set current marker location. We'll pass both of those down. We've done it. Okay, so if you're following along, basically we have defined a single place where the setter and the getter exist, and now we can provide those. So we can take this, not app provider, we're going to call it a travel log provider. Take this travel log provider and wrap our client-side components in it. So if we go back to our main page, we are going to wrap the travel log provider here. We import it in. Great. We might also want to do the dynamic import. We'll see. But here, now you might be wondering, well, how do we get access to those two things? We can now do use context. So I can say the current marker location and set current marker location are going to be use context with the travel log context. So we imported the context. We're using that context, and that gives us access to these two things, set current marker location and set current marker location. So we actually, in this case, we don't need, oh yeah, we do. We need the current marker location and set current marker location. So now when we click, we're going to set it on the provider. And then now we're going to use the state variable from the provider. Like this. But what this now also allows us to do is we don't have to pass this down anymore. And we can render this at the same level as the map like we did earlier. So if we go back over to our page, we can put this back over here because now inside of this component, we can use or inside of that nested form component, we can use that context. So we'll import that in. That goes there. Let's fix the map. We don't need this fragment anymore. Okay, so we're setting it. Beautiful. Now we need to use it. So now over on the travelog sidebar, I don't need to take this in as a prop anymore, and I don't need to pass this down anymore. And then in the travelog form, I don't need this as a prop anymore. Don't need this here. And in this case, I can just use that specific state. So I can say the current marker location. Is that what I called it? The lat long object is ugly. Hey. So now we can do use context. We pull in the travel log context. Beautiful. We got it. And now we can use it. So now instead of lat long, we'll use this variable, current marker location. And actually, whoever said earlier that we should do that early return, this code remains the same. Like that. Okay, I think we've done everything right. We can test it. We can now test it. But essentially what we've done is we have lifted all of the state into this provider, and now anywhere we want to use that state or modify it, we can just use the context in any given nested component. All right, did it work? Are we gonna get it working first try? Let's see. First try. We also want to test if we add it to the map and then open it, it has the value. So I did it. And yes, I did call React beautiful. Here's the here is the issue though. Like, yes, this is great. And I think this, like, we've basically we're kind of doing what you get with something like Redux, right? But we have our own little store instead of pulling in Redux. Now, and exactly, this is what Terawatt is saying. So right now, our context is super simple. This is the only bit of state and the only setter that we're using throughout our application. But if we use this for everything, this is going to get really busy, right? We're going to have a bunch of state variables, a bunch of setters. At this point, we would probably want to use a reducer and then share the reducer, or actually like implement the reducer in the context instead of like a state variable. Yeah. Reducer? No, reducer. Should we use a reducer? So this is the point where we're just like engineering for engineering's sake. And I don't think I'm going to use a reducer just because it just makes it that much more complicated, and it's one more concept. I guess we'll do it. It's fun. We're going to do it. We're going to make it a reducer. Yeah, I guess we will. Are we gonna? Should we take a poll? Premature optimization? Yeah, it is. But it's also, I guess, so if I'm thinking about my priorities for this app that I'm building, right? Like, I am trying to demonstrate best practices. And in the real world, you're going to have more than one shared state variable. A provider? I do want to show you reducers because it's one more thing. So now, instead of use state, we're going to get rid of this use state. And instead, we're going to use a reducer here. Do it. Yeah, I might have to look at the docs, but we'll figure it out. So I will define a reducer, and I'll call this my travel log reducer. And this will take in the current state and some action that's being performed on that state. And typically we switch over the action.type. And in our case, the only action we care about is setting the current marker location. So the action that we're going to have here is set current marker location. I just laugh because we could do even more refactors. We can pull this into an enum. Man, this is this is what I'm talking about. Okay, and then we basically want to return a copied version of state, but we want to set current marker location to be action.data. Thank you. Typo there. And then we also have the default case where we just return state. Why is this complaining? How do I do this? Oh, these need to be curly braces, not parens. Okay. So this is our basic reducer, and this is really all we're doing in our application here. If the specific action that gets fired off is of type set current marker location, it's going to override current marker location in our state object. And this state object represents all of our state. In this case, the only state we have is current marker location. And so we could actually define our initial state here and say like current marker location defaults to null. But then we can also define our state type. Where did we define that? Let's look in our travelog context. Yeah, this here. Do I need to define this in both places? I guess I do, because the state, we're gonna expose the state and the setter for it. We're not there yet, but once we get there, you could call it proper. You could call it proper. Let's do it without the TypeScript first, just to get it working, and then we'll go in and add the types. Okay. Now, so we have our reducer. We now want to use it inside of our provider here. So instead of doing this manual state variable, we can do something like, I'll have to look at the docs for it. So useReducer, we pass in our reducer, which is the travel log reducer. And then what else do we need? Initializer. So this is actually where we can pass in the initial state. And we can, here is where we can say the current marker location is null, like this. State any, action any. Yeah, so I technically do want an interface for the state. I'm going to duplicate the code for now, and then we'll refactor it out. I'm going to call this travelog state. State is of type travelog state. useReducer is of type travelog state. Oh no, it knows. The type flows through when I pass that in. And so now I should get type completion here. Like if I put banana, it's gonna be like, yo, banana does not exist on that type. Okay. What do we get back from useReducer? It gives us back I've just been using banana as examples. All right, let's go to the beta docs and look up useReducer, because I don't know what it returns. Yeah, it gives us state. Oh, it's an array. So it's just an array and dispatch, like this. And I think what we're actually going to do is pass down state. And instead of passing dispatch directly, we're actually going to define this as a function that takes in the location and then does the dispatch. So we do a dispatch with our action here. And so the action is going to be an object with a type of, this is where we want to refactor this into an enum so I don't have strings everywhere. So we're going to dispatch this action, and the data is going to be latitude. Latitude, like that. Or not latitude, location. And then at this point, because this state is being used in multiple places. I probably want to pull this interface into a shared location as well. So let's do this. In our source directory, I'm going to create a folder called interfaces. And I'm going to put that travel log state in here. So this now gets pulled out into here. And later on, if we were to add more state, we'd put it on this interface. The benefits you don't really see until the application grows. But once I finish getting everything working, I'll talk about why this makes sense. So now I need to change this. So the context now includes state, which is of type travel log state. So we can import that in. Enums, I don't think are useless. Basically, the enum is going to prevent us from making typos. Is really the whole reason we're going to use that. And then state defaults to null. Travel log state or null. Well, no, state defaults to current marker location null. That's how we'll default it. Okay, so we've basically made it so that now if we have more variables, those get attached here. And now we need to import this interface over here. A union type? Yeah, that could work. The only issue with that is that the union type gets out of hand once I have 30 different action types. Which is why you can use Zod to actually extract a type out of an enum, which is pretty nice. And then we don't have to manually write it out. Okay. So I haven't planned on having 30 different action types. No. I mean, for our app, we only have one action type. Okay, but the code, technically the code is no, we broke the code because elsewhere in our code we were using current marker location instead of state, and now we need to use state. So I'll need to fix that. But what I want to do right now is I don't want to have these strings here because if I make a typo when I'm trying to dispatch an action, nothing helps me with that. So for now, we're going to create an action types union type. And it's going to be this. Right now, that is the only possible action type. And then we can also create an action. And this will be a thing that has a type, which is of type action type. We'll do action type singular. And it will have data, which is right now an object that has current marker location. Do we have an object with current marker location interface? Because if that's technically, we could say that data is of type travel log state. And then action is here. Data? Data? Oh no, so never mind. Data is not travelog state, it's l.latlange. But if we have others, then potentially in the future, data could be a lot of different things. And actually, we would match the action type to the type. I mean, probably what we should do is we should have a set current marker location action. And this specifically is this, but the data type, we can be more specific and say that it's a lat launch. Can you, does this make sense? And then, we have a union of our action types. And as we add more, we'll put them in there. And this will be of type action types. Yeah, but what's nice about this is I do think semicolons in the actions object. Here. I do believe TypeScript, yeah, so TypeScript gives us type completion here. So TypeScript knows that action type can only be set current marker location. But in the future, if we add other state updates, we could define those in this union type as well. But the other thing is, now that we're in this case, I think TypeScript will help us out too, because if the type is current marker location, and actually, I guess this is why I wouldn't do action. I would just define each individual action type. This would be action type. This is why I would use an enum, because in the scenario where it's set current marker action, it is just that type. It is just set current marker location. Like I don't want it to be action type, because in the future this could be set other thing, like this. And if I want the type right here, now I have to duplicate it. I guess technically if I made action an interface, then type, which is of type action type, could go there. And then I could get type completion, because I could say this is any, but now if I make this an interface instead of a type, I can say implements action. Or extends action. And then would TypeScript complain? Yeah, so if I have the wrong type in here, TypeScript would complain. Yeah, I think that's the other way to do it, right, Andreas, is you say specifically that this is of type action type. But the issue is I'm trying to narrow it. I'm trying to say that this can only be set current marker location. I don't know. I'm not getting type completion, though. Like that. But with this, by doing it this way, now, when I'm inside of a case where the action is set current marker location, action.data should have the type latitude, longitude, lat long, right? And there is American 2050, and that's an enum. That's why I said this should. I would want this to be an enum instead. Yeah, and good call. So that's another way you see people write this is instead of, well, I don't want to destructure it, because then I lose the typings. And I don't want data to be the any type. I want TypeScript to help me here, because data is lat long. I guess to see an example of this, we'll check out what Terawatt is saying we should do. Type set current whatever. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, no, nobody wants the any type. But this is why I would put this in an enum, because if I say enum action types, then I don't have to have strings anywhere. Now I can do dot notation, so I can say this equals this. Is it a comma or a semicolon? I can't ever remember on enums. I think it's a comma. But now, instead of using this bare string, then I can do action type that. It's beautiful. Now over here, I can do the same thing. Action type that. And then over here, I can say this is action type that. That's why I like enums. That is why I like enums. Because then I don't have strings everywhere. Now, technically, TypeScript is helping. Like, TypeScript is, will throw an error if you put the wrong string in there, but I really do like this dot notation. The second you provide the type, TypeScript knows what the data has to be. Yeah, I mean, so that, but basically those are our two options, right? So we have it like this, or we have it like this. Now, this is the an argument that's popped up recently on like why you shouldn't use enums and why you should use union types. But I think I'm making the case for why I prefer this right now, because if we do this, now I have to use the string everywhere. Now, you the argument here is if I use the string, TypeScript is going to help me here. TypeScript, I guess I don't know why. See, I'm not even getting type completion for this type right here though. But technically, I can do set current marker location, and then TypeScript is happy. Same thing here. I do set current marker location, and over here set current marker location. Now, if I put the wrong word, TypeScript complains. But I guess the argument that I'm making is I just don't like to see strings everywhere. I know Haxor is mentioning if you do it this way, then you don't have to import the enum wherever you need it. I don't see an issue with that. I like the enum. I like being able to use dot notation, and because again, it is the developer experience, because if I'm using strings, then I need to be using an editor where like I'm getting type completion inside of here. But if I use an enum, now I get dot notation, and I can specifically choose the one that I want. So this is really why I prefer an enum in this case. But you're right, I should export it. At the same time, though, I'm actually creating custom dispatch functions. I'm not even exposing dispatch. Yeah, and I think so. The argument, Andreas, is like these technically aren't hard coded because they're a TypeScript type. So TypeScript will complain if you pass a string that doesn't match, but I like the experience of dot notation. Like I like doing dot notation there. I like doing dot notation here. I like doing dot notation here. That's why I like enums. And I mean, honestly, like if you really want to, you can do type action types, and then you can do key of type of action type, and that will give you a union of all the strings if you really wanted to do that. But I don't. I don't want to do that. And I guess technically, you could use that type. I don't know. Only use case for enums is when you have stuff like authority level. Yeah, but this is why I use string enums specifically. Because you're totally right. Like if I do not include the string value here, then these are actually numbers. And so like that becomes 0 and that becomes 1, and that is not what I want. That's why I'm using a string enum. Because now these are specifically string values rather than number values. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to go about it. I think I made my case for why I prefer this. Like I like the editor experience of enums versus type unions of strings. So yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the main issue, and it also might be why I feel this way. Like I come from a C# background, and in C#, is there even like a string union type in C#? I don't think there is. Like in C# we use enums in places where we don't want to put bare strings. And so TypeScript, when you have that union type, it just feels wrong based on what I've done in the past. I don't know. Bear, welcome in. Thank you. Thank you for that membership. Appreciate you. Using TypeScript this way? Look, you can complain all you want. This is how I'm gonna do it. Yeah, so yeah, TypeScript is the first place where I've seen literal types like that. So where are we at? I think in order to make this make sense, we need to be able to set other things so I can explain what a reducer is even doing. So if I say case action type dot set other thing, other thing will be action dot data, like this. But yeah, right now, the only possible action type is set current marker location action. And it has a data type of that. If we go back to our state, and now we define a state variable called other thing, and we say that this is going to be a number. Now those two don't overlap, which means we need a totally separate action type. So if we go back over to the provider, now well, in the Python world, they call the creator the benevolent dictator for life. So he's a dictator, but he's good. He has the interest of the people in mind. Yeah, and that's a point. That's a good point, Andreas. Is like, now that I'm using it as an enum, I could do this. The rest of my code base stays exactly the same. Whereas with the string type, you're going to be changing in a lot of other places too. Appreciate that, Harsh. All right. What we need to do now is we need to define another action type. So, and this is going to start to make a little bit more sense because we have one type where the data is a latitude, longitude. We have another type where the data is going to be a number. And this is going to be the set other thing action. So now we have this other type, and now we can say action types are this or that. And now TypeScript should stop complaining. Oh, no, it's not stop complaining yet because I've given it the wrong action type. Now for this specific action, I want it to be set other thing. And now TypeScript knows, okay, that will be a possible option. Now over here for other thing, I need to give it a default value. I'm gonna give it a default value of 42. And Andreas, thank you, Andreas. You're too kind. Appreciate that. Have I used objects with a const assertion for enums? I haven't, but that makes sense. If no, I have. But you get the same experience because this is the one type in TypeScript that actually gets converted into a runtime value. So and that's the other thing that you can do with this is if I actually say object.values, action type is treated like an object, and then I get back like an array of strings. Or if I do object.entries, that works the same way. So enum is the one thing that it's a type, but it also gets converted into a JavaScript object whenever your app gets compiled. You can't look at a compiled enum with it. Look, check it. Come on. Let's actually look at the TypeScript playground to see what happens with the. Let's see what this code gets turned into. So I do this. You can see that the generated code literally has an object with those properties on it. Though, I mean, it could do better than this. It's using var. I think you can change the options, and it could, yeah, we want to target ES next. Why is it turned into a var? Oh, well, doesn't matter. You'd have to import the type every time. Yeah, I mean, that's what people are complaining about. I don't see the issue with importing this enum. Like, if you're going to be using the enum, import it. Import the enum. Yeah, I don't see any issue with that. I mean, like, yeah, what's wrong with importing? We import a bunch of other stuff. All right. I mean, I feel like I lost a lot of people, but let's take a step back and look at this monstrosity and also talk about why we would even do this. Now, in an example where I literally only have 2 state variables, this doesn't make a lot of sense. That's why earlier I only had a single use state. But when you have more stuff that you want to share across your app, this makes a lot of sense. And let's talk about why. So first of all, this reducer function, it's simpler than it sounds. So a reducer takes in two things. It takes the current state of the application, and it takes in some action that is going to be modifying or updating that state, potentially, right? So state is all the state in your application, if you've lifted it up, any lifted state in your application, and action is something that you want to do to that state. That is all a reducer is. It takes in state, takes in an action, and then it returns a new state based on that action. So in our case, our state has two properties. It has other thing, which is the value 42, and current marker location, which is the value null. That's the initial state. So when our app spins up, those are our two state values. Now, throughout our application, we will potentially want to change that state. And so we're doing that with the dispatch function. So dispatch allows you to dispatch an action, and the action can be anything you want. In our case, we've started to strongly type it. So we've defined actions as an object that have a type property, which is going to be either one of these two things, and a data property, which in the general action is the any type, but we've narrowed that type based on the action type. So if the action type is set current marker, then we know data is going to be a lat longe. And if the action type is set other thing, then we know data is going to be a number. But we can dispatch that given action. And so we've decided our dispatch is going to be an object with that type. We specify the thing we want to change, and then we have the data inside of it. Now your reducer decides what to do with that. Basically, given the current state of the application and given this action, how should we update the state accordingly? And that's what we're doing here. So action type can only be one of two things. It's either going to be set current marker location or set other thing. If it is set current marker location, we are going to take a copy of the state and update current marker location to be the data that was passed in for this specific action. If the action type was set other thing, we're going to copy the state and then set other thing to be the data from that specific action. Now, in this simple example, we only have two of these, but you could think of every other possible modification you want to make to state would be a separate action type and a separate little thing that modifies that state. Now, the reason that we do this is because it moves all of our state updates into one single location. So now the only way we can ever set the current marker location is by dispatching an action specifically to do this. There's no way to directly modify that state property. The only way is through this reducer. So the reason people like to structure their code this way is it puts everything in one place, and the code is a bit more predictable and easier to follow because you know this is the only place that value could ever be set. Obviously, we're wrapping this in a dispatch function, so anywhere in my application can call set current marker location, but this is the only spot we ever actually updated on state. Yeah, and so Diversity Esports is saying, what happens when this gets even bigger? You separate out into other reducers. So typically you might have an app level per reducer for the whole app, but then you'll have reducers for each section of your app. So you could have a profile reducer and a homepage reducer and everything else. So basically you create a separate reducer for each of the different types of things in your application. And then your provider, instead of exposing all of the state, it exposes each of those reducer states. It's kind of like namespacing. So now instead of state, we would also have profile and settings and any other section of our application. Yeah. In other words, we're doing the framework job ourselves. I mean, basically, so this is without Redux. Redux introduced the concept of a reducer, but now reducers are built in directly to React. And so basically, we are combining a reducer with a provider, and we have now Redux-like functionality without the Redux dev tools and probably other Redux stuff, but in the most basic form, we have it. Yeah. Yeah. Use a map to store the types so you can use a simple get. You don't get the same kind of TypeScript support though. And if you use I guess if you use the enum, then you wouldn't have to have strings. Not sure what you mean, Martin. Not sure what you mean. If I were to use reducers, I'd probably go with Redux Toolkit or just don't use reducers at all. It really depends, right? Like, if you're going to be doing this anyways, you might use Redux. I think one of the benefits of using Redux is you get the Redux dev tools or some other stuff. But if I guess especially in our application, which is this simple, we only have a couple of actions. It wouldn't make sense to add the entirety of Redux just to do this. Yeah. Right. Okay. Now we need to fix our app because when we did this refactor, we moved everything into state, and now throughout our application, instead of using current marker location, we need to do state.current marker location. The only difference is Zustand is another dependency. I think Zustand does Zustand integrate Eimer automatically? No, I mean, it's really up to preference, right? Because there's a lot of state solution. Yeah. So Kyle is saying they don't automatically add Eimer, but you could add it yourself. Eimer is something we would introduce to stop having to do this. Right now, our state is very basic. Our state just has two properties, but the idea with the reducer is, and with functional programming, is you're always returning a copy. You're not actually modifying the state. Like I wouldn't do state.current marker location equals whatever and then return state. So in this case, I'm modifying the state. You always, always, always want to return a copy of the state. So right now, our state is simple enough that I can just do a manual copy. But once I start having nested objects, this gets really ugly. And that's when you want to introduce a library like Eimer. Eimer, and a library like Eimer. Because this lets you write code that looks like it's mutating the state, but it actually uses shared shared data structures. Eimer? Redux is 1.8 kilobytes. I don't know. I mean, like, but you could argue though, like, why if it's why add another library though when you can basically get it with this? I don't know. Yeah, so that's another way to do it, America 2050. There's a lot of ways to write this. At the end of the day, this needs to be a copy of state with an updated value. So one thing you could do is say like state copy would be create a copy like this, and then we can directly modify the copy, and then we can return the copy. There's a lot of ways to skin this. Yes, that is one way to do it. The other issue though is I wouldn't put this up here because it's possible that an action gets fired off that doesn't satisfy either of these, and then we're just returning the default state anyways. And so then you wasted creating a copy when you didn't actually need it. So I would still put the copy inside of the action itself. Yeah. I get you, Kava. I also don't want to argue about when to use what. When to use type and interface? That is a question I will not answer, but actually I will. So earlier I had this defined as a type like this, but I do believe if you define a type, can you extend from a type? Can you say implements? Is implements for classes? How does this work? Basically, I do believe with interfaces you have inheritance, but with types they're a bit more rigid, and I think interfaces can also change. A lot of people have suggested only use type unless you really need an interface. Yeah. All right, does anybody care? Is anybody still here that's like, okay, first of all, did you learn a little bit in what I just showed you here? Extending interfaces is an anti-pattern. You got a lot of hot takes, Haxer. I mean, obviously, like that actually gets down to composition over inheritance, right? So extends is a form of inheritance, and a lot of people argue that you shouldn't be using inheritance at all because it's like rigid. In this case, this is fine. This is totally fine. This code works. It works totally fine. Yeah, there's a lot of things you could do, and as you can see, I mean, ultimately, it's like all of the decisions. Just make a decision because it honestly does not actually matter that much. Make a decision, stick to it. If you're a live streamer like me and you have a lot of people with a lot of opinions in the chat, it can be hard to stick to one thing because everyone's like, well, no, you should do it this way, but no, you should do it this way. Really, if the style jives with you, do it. Do it. Do it. Don't let the choice paralyze you. Just make a choice. Okay, let's fix our app because now that we extracted this into a reducer, we have this state variable and we need to use that instead. So in the travel log map, you can see here that I'm extracting this out, but I think like, does use context, can we provide a selector? Because right now, if I were to do this, now when any of the state values change, my app will re-render. This component would re-render. And now this becomes, and then I guess, well, actually, I don't even need the state here. I want set current marker location. I need to pull that action in here. And I guess I do need the state because I want to use state.current marker location here and state.current marker location. Yeah, search Google for this answer because I don't have a good answer for you. Just use what works. The general consensus these days is just use a type unless you actually need an interface, and then you might realize you actually don't need interfaces anywhere. Why is this complaining? Good call. On map click needs to get passed in here. Not much you can do. That's unfortunate because this is the issue of now when potentially any state value changes, this is going to re-render even though it only cares about current marker location. Regardless, okay, so now our map should be good to go, and then over in our form we need to update it to grab the state, and then this will use state.current marker location. Like that. Yeah, I mean, that's just what I've heard. Like, and I mean, I heard that from Matt Pocock, who has like a bunch of I don't know how to spell his last name. Oh, did I spell it right? This is him. He's got a bunch of TypeScript content. Definitely, if you have questions about TypeScript, go ask him or go watch his videos, because he's who I learned that from. Basically, use type everywhere. Yeah, I'm using the Zod resolver here. Too hard not to be canceled. Listen. I'm just streaming on YouTube today. I'm trying to grow my YouTube audience. Is it bad to just have one file, types.ts, and export types there throughout the app? I don't think it's bad, but I think, well, it's relative, right? Because the larger your app grows and the more types you have defined in there, the harder that file is going to be to manage. So it's really up to you when you decide when do you want to split that into separate files. I split it into separate files by default. You can see I just have this little interface here. That's the only thing that's ever going to be in that file, just because I want to keep things nice and organized. Now, you could argue, yes, you're going to have a lot more imports, but imports are free for the most part. I mean, if you're importing your own code, you needed that code anyways. So, yeah. It doesn't really use the types with Zod schema. Really? It seems to work for what we're doing. Because we're passing in that, and then our errors have the right type. Set value was giving us the right type completion. Yeah. As a general rule of thumb, if a file gets too large, split it up. Yeah. Well, the reason this happens is a lot of libraries were written with JavaScript and not TypeScript. So if they're written with JavaScript, then they'll define the types file separately. And also, if you see that, it could be a part of the build process. So the bundler exports a single type declaration file with all of the types, because at the end of the day, the library that needs to ship is just the JavaScript library. So yes, it's exported that way, but they didn't necessarily write the code that way. Really? If I remove default values? Maybe, I'm pretty sure this worked for us. So maybe you need to update to the latest version or something. Because yeah, it still extracts out the type for us. And then like this, yeah, so this gives us type completion of all the properties. So I don't know. Maybe it's the latest version. Well, I just started this app last Monday, so it could be a version thing. Oh yeah, I have both. Now the thing is, this interface comes from Zod as well, so I'm not duplicating. This is literally the interface that's inferred by Zod. So maybe that's the trick, is you have to do both, pass the type and the resolver. I'm tired. Look at us. We implemented a reducer. It doesn't work though. I didn't even test the code. Here we go. Click. No errors. That's just a mouse error. And as we click, yeah, so somehow it worked without testing the code. So that's great. But where were we? Travel log provider. First try. Yeah, first try. I guess the other thing is, like, technically we don't have to expose a function like this. Honestly, it feels better to do this then people can dispatch. Well, if we do this, then people do have to import that enum with the action types. Let's do this. And then I'm also going to remove the other thing. Can I show the loading spinner component? Yeah, give me 1 second. What does Z does? Yeah, so Z, yeah, that's the, click that link from Oscar. It is a validation library. If you've ever heard of Yup, Joy, AJV, Typebox, they all do a similar thing. Zod is really nice, and it's pretty popular these days because it works really well with TypeScript. I think technically Yup has been updated to work in a similar way. Like, you can extract types out of Yup in the same way. I don't know, but it's a validation library, schema validator. All right, we're gonna get rid of other thing because I don't want that. I mean, it was good for explaining what all this is doing, but I don't want to. I don't want extra stuff. Yeah. Right. Right. I agree with that, Haxer. Like, it puts it all in one spot. All right. What is the type of dispatch? Man. Dispatch. Oh, easy. Dispatch of action types. Easy. I was like, oh man, how are we gonna get this type? It's literally capital D dispatch, which comes from React. That's a type. And then we can just pass in our action types. I'm going to call these travel log action types. And I'm going to define these in a separate file so that we can use them in here and in the provider. Okay. I'm going to extract out these types. So we have the action types. Let's rename this to travel log action types. And then We don't have other thing anymore. Man, do I have to put all of these in a separate file? I guess I will. All of these now get extracted. I'm also going to rename this travel log action type. And then I'm also going to rename this to travel log action. And then now other doesn't exist. Great, great. Now let's move these into a separate file. I'm going to put it in here. I'm going to call this travel log provider types. We're going to export all of these, and then we'll need to import them. So over here, we'll auto import that. Listen, American. I think, yeah, you're right. Let's rename this from interfaces to types. Though, is this like a reserved folder name? Oh well, seems fine. What's up, Mirage? Welcome in. We're almost there. Now we need all of these types from there. I can go from there. All right. But now, since we're not exposing this set current marker location function, now we have to use dispatch instead. So on the map, you'll see that it's complaining. This doesn't exist anymore. Now we actually need dispatch. And here we'll have to say dispatch, and we should get the type completion. So type, and then we want action types, travel log action types. Give it a sec. Give TypeScript a second. I need to import this. Using string literals? Yeah, you're totally right, Haxer. Listen. All right. Why is this not working? Okay. This is saying type banana is not assignable to set current marker location. Did I import the wrong type? Oh, it's just a type, individual. I imported the wrong thing. There we go. Yeah, I imported the types, not the thing there. Cool. So now instead of having that custom function, we just have dispatch. And now anytime we define a new action, we'll need to define a new like action type here and a new type. And great. I think that's the only place that was doing that. Let's make sure the app still works. Yeah, we can click around, still works. Great. CJ stands for CJ. My name is CJ. That is it. That is all. You can come up with your own abbreviation. What do you mean by this, America 2050? All right. That was a really long rabbit hole. Now, let's clean up the UI. Because let's get back to actually implementing features, not engineering for engineering's sake. When I click, I want to open the sidebar automatically. Because commit the code? Nah, we're in the middle of a feature is the thing. We're not done yet. Okay, so I just thought of I thought of another piece of state that we potentially we want to lift up. So this is good. This is good because if you look on the travel log sidebar, this has an internal state value on whether the sidebar is opened or closed. I want to be able to open and close the sidebar from anywhere. So now we will move that into our travel log state. So this is a good, useful example of why we made this provider to begin with. Let's go ahead and create the types first. So we'll have set sidebar state. Sidebar open? What should we call this? We'll just call it set sidebar open. Like this. So we have our enum type. Now we need an action. And it's going to be set sidebar open. Set sidebar visible. I like that. Acid Spark. And the type is going to be set sidebar visible, and then the data is going to be a Boolean because we're going to pass in true or false on whether or not it is visible. Yeah, visibility is better because then we don't need two to keep track of it. Now our action types include that and that. And now we can use them in our state and in our reducer. So let's start at the top. Let's go to our state type and define that this also needs a sidebar open. So this defines the state. Now in our context, we can give the initial state. So sidebar open initializes to false. Great. Now in our provider, we need to handle, and we'll also provide the initial state here. So we'll say sidebar open false, like that. I think like one thing we could do is we could reuse this initial state value. The only issue is, where do we put that? Where do we put that? Do we put it in here? The thing is, this file only has types and interfaces. Yeah, that's the reason we're moving it right now is I need to be able to toggle the sidebar from some other component that is not the sidebar. That's the main reason we're lifting that state up. Because when you click on the map, I need to open the sidebar. That's why I'm moving that state up. Yeah, my dilemma right now is I want to move this into a initial state variable. I guess I'll do it like this. And then we'll just literally have a file called travel log initial state. And then it has, well, just a constant in global scope. I think global scope is really hard with Next.js. Well, just because like we have our server side and our client side context. So that's a thing. All right. I want to move this, and this is going to become the travel log initial state. And the initial state is this. Is this, how do I tell it that this type needs to be of type travel log state. Honestly, now that I think about it, I actually want this to be in this file. And it's not going to be the default export. It's just going to be this. No, we're not using. We're just using React and useReducer built into React. Okay, so now that we have that type, we can import it here. And is this the right use case for satisfies? Let's see. Satisfies. And then we'll oh no, travel log state. All right. If I do banana, TypeScript complains. If I'm missing a property, TypeScript complains. That's what I want. So this object must be of type travel log state. Beautiful. Okay. That makes sense. We use the new satisfies thing. That's great. Okay, so over here, travel log initial state. Well, travel log state now comes from our types. Initial state gets imported in here. And then in the context, we also need to import it here. So if we ever need to change our initial state, we also change it in one spot. Are you not satisfied? Now, we need to implement the reducer, the case for set sidebar state. Here we go. Travel log action type dot set sidebar visible, and it's gonna be very similar, but in this case we'll have sidebar. Give me type completion. Oh, I don't say what it returns. We'll specify a return type. Look at this. We don't have an inferred return type. Basically, anytime you're writing TypeScript, you just invoke drama. But it makes sense to put the return type on here. So now that I get type completion for sidebar open. And then I want its data. Beautiful. So I have defined what should happen when we set sidebar visible. Now we need to use that state over in our sidebar. So where am I? Yeah, so at is an alias. So we actually, in day one, we set that up in our ESLint config and in our TS config. So if you look at our TS config, it has this, and then our ESLint config just works with it. And I think that's because of the included next stuff. But yeah, so that basically this at is pointing into my source directory, and you can set up whatever other aliases you want in there. But it makes it so you don't have to do relative imports like .. // and stuff like that. Okay, let's go to our sidebar. Here we will use the context instead. Yeah, we were having issues with aliased imports in our SvelteKit app. We've mostly resolved it, but it was a pain. It was definitely a pain. Okay, we should be able to grab our state and our dispatch. And this will be use context with the travel log context, like that. Why is this complaining? I think I changed the wrong thing. Oh, well. Yeah, so we're pulling those two things in, and now instead of this state variable, set sidebar open, true, it's going to be let's define this so that we don't have to define the action type twice. So we have set sidebar open. This is a function that takes in, honestly, this needs to be set sidebar visibility. And then we'll have a function set sidebar visibility. It takes in the visibility, which is a Boolean. Excuse me. And this is where we'll dispatch the action. So we want to dispatch. The type is going to be travel log action type dot set sidebar visible, and the data is going to be the visibility. It's a typo, but we're just going to change it to data, so we don't even have to worry about it. Okay, so I can now, I've wrapped my dispatch, so I don't have to have dispatch in multiple places. And so when we close the sidebar, we set it to false. Otherwise, we set it to true, and then sidebar open is now going to be state.sidebar open, like that. So if we did everything correctly, this should just open and close this. Great. But now that we've done that, we can dispatch this from elsewhere in our application. And specifically, we wanted to dispatch this from the map, because on the map, whenever we click the map, we want to open it if it's not open. So I could also do if state.sidebar open. If the sidebar is not open, please open it. And so now when I click the map, boom, it opens the sidebar. Yeah, we probably need a dedicated stream to just make sure we look at accessibility. Because right now I don't think this sidebar is very accessible. And then the other thing is whenever we click cancel, we also want to remove the marker location. So let's handle that. So inside of the form, does this have the cancel? Yeah, so there's this cancel button here. So when we cancel, we're resetting the form, but we also want to set the marker location to nothing. And Melez, thank you for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. I'm not even on Twitch right now. Can you drag it on the map? No, you can't. I think there's like a draggable option. We'll do that in a second. But right here, I want to dispatch all this stuff. But it's going to be travel action type dot set marker location. So when we cancel, when we close the sidebar, I want to remove that marker from the map. So now I need to bring in this component, I need to bring in dispatch as well. So we'll pull in dispatch, and now we can dispatch set marker, current marker location. Null is not assignable to type Boolean or latitude, longitude. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? The type is current, man. The type is current marker location, and the data is latitude, longitude. What's up, Andrew? It's Andrew, right? It is, but basically, here's what I'm looking at. The possible state values here are current marker location or sidebar open. Of either of those two types. Oh, this is it. This is all. Okay, I was like, whoa, but why did it say Boolean? This needs to be null. I need to be able to set the current marker location to either null or a given latitude, longitude. So that should fix this error. Now, check it out. If I click this, it opens the sidebar. If I click cancel, it removes it. And then also, if I move this around, it works. Why is front-end development so hard? Look at all this stuff. Okay, now on the map, is there an option that we can pass into this marker to tell it that it can be draggable? Yes, draggable, true. Okay, now check this out. But now we need to know when the location changes, so that way we can update it, because it's draggable, which is great. But I bet this has a some kind of change function. We need some way of letting our state know when this changes. Yeah. So we're just using leaflet with Mapbox tiles. The reverse of that. Now the lounge. Yeah, we need to update that. I used to name the files in types as .spec, star.spec, because what are the benefits or downsides for other file endings? Well, spec is typically reserved for tests. .spec, which is like specification, or .test. So if you name your type files with .spec, I feel like a test runner would potentially try to run those files as tests. But I guess spec could also mean specification, not test. But when I've heard the word spec before, I've always heard it in the context of testing. So honestly, it's all up to preference, right? Like basically, if you're basically indicating what's inside of that file by giving it a special name. Like I call this types, so that's why what I'm indicating here. But if in your nomenclature, that's a big word, nomenclature. But if in your world, if spec is how you associate with types, that's totally fine. Nomenclature, a system of names used in art or science. On drag change, that might be it. Yeah, test runners might try to run them as tests. Yeah, if it's purely type definitions, you can use the .d.ts. I also have enums. I don't know if that counts or what I should do in that case. Let's look at first of all, though, let's look at the leaflet docs. And see what events we have. Move, fired when the marker is moved. That's what we want. Oh, d.ts, yeah. So d is typically declaration, and that is much more common. If a file only has types inside of it, it absolutely will. So move. Move does not exist on type marker. No, React leaflet did not implement this. Yeah, links don't show on YouTube. Am I going to throttle the location calculation? I probably should, because now that we've introduced the reducer in the context, that is updating the state on every single drag. So we could actually just do like on mouse release, update the location. That's probably a better idea. Yeah, drag end is probably, that's probably what we want. I mean, to the user, they may think it's broken, but like basically when you release it, that's when it'll update. I think we'll just do that by default. Let's see if we get drag end as a part of this library. I don't think we do. I see. You need to pass down event handlers. Oh. And this will be an object that has drag end. Okay, and then I guess they're telling us that we should memoize this. Wait. Yeah, we should memoize this, but let's just get it working really quick. Yeah, so then it gives us the event, and then inside of here we can do the update, this one. And does it not have that? E dot target dot. Oh, we actually have to call marker dot get latitude longitude. Huh. What about move? Does this give us e dot latitude longitude? Let me just get this working and then we'll talk about other ways to do it, because yeah, this event does not have latitude longitude on it. You know what? Maybe their typings are wrong. Let's just log e. And see what we get. Distance, inertia. Oh, okay, so basically they're telling us we need to wrap the marker in a custom component that keeps track of its position and has a ref to the element so that you can get the latitude longitude from the ref to that element. Could this work? E dot target. Is this a function? It is. They don't have the type on it, but it is passed on there. Yeah. Okay. That's fine by me. I don't want to have to. So if you look at their example of draggable marker, they created a custom component called Draggable, and then they kept a ref on the marker. I didn't want to go through all of that. And that is the any type. Okay. Yeah. So now, we click, we have that, but then if we drag it, when we release it, it updates, which is good. The other thing is though, we could tap into move and then we update it constantly. Watch this. Yeah, look at that. All kinds of state updates happening. Which we probably don't want. We also could do like a debounce. Yeah, thank you, Hexer. So basically the way that the creators of React Leaflet set this up is you pass down an object called event handlers and then you specify the ones you want. So it's a lot of re-renders. Yeah, you're totally right. And so literally everywhere in our application that is dependent on the state value, which is our map and our sidebar, they are technically re-rendering. I mean, in a simple app like this, though, it seems to work fine. Like, the thing is, like, on a mobile device, it's potential that if you start to try and drag, this will, like, really slow things down. We'll do it on drag end. Maybe on drag start, we set it to null. But that actually reminds me, in the form right now in our use effect, if it's null, we're not doing anything. We don't want to do that. We want to do this. Or this. It's the other way around. So state isn't possibly null. Current marker location is possibly null. Like that. That's what we want, because if we remove the marker or set the location to null, then we want the form to update accordingly. I guess it just goes back to a default value. I guess technically we could set these to null. Then it doesn't like that because latitude is of type number. Yeah. Undefined. Undefined is not a citable type number. Yeah, it wants it to be a number. This gets into defining our types over here, like our custom front-end types. Tomorrow's stream is going to be me asking people to support me every 20 minutes. I'm going to be asking for bits, for subs, for donations, and we'll see how it goes. Right now, I make about $1,000 a month across Twitch subscriptions, YouTube members, YouTube ads, and patrons, and merch. YouTube update is that again. So I want to make more money without having to do other things. Like I want to be able to stream, and I want stream to be my main source of income. So that is why I'm going to have basically a member drive tomorrow. And anybody that tunes in, I'll tell them that I want them to support me if they can. These are just default values. Basically, they are a valid latitude, longitude, so that's why I'm setting them there. I am not active on LinkedIn, no. Yeah. Keep it uncontrolled and then read the state from a ref when I need it. It's a good point. And I think we would do that if we were trying to optimize this. I think right now it works totally fine, but basically, I guess the way to do it would be have a ref to marker, and then anytime we need the latest location or we need to set the latest location, we use the ref to like invoke a method or something like that. Yeah. Move the marker without updating the state. On drag, attach it to the mouse, and on in, detach it, set the location. Yeah, so I mean, we're trying to use the built-in draggable option though. I appreciate that, Ryan. Yeah, no prank. It's not a prank. Oh, that's so weird. Yeah, so iOS and the Twitch app have some weird stuff. But yeah, I get half of every Prime sub, so roughly $2.50, depending on where you are in the world. So thank you, Melez, for being a Prime sub today. Yeah. All right, we'll just do it on drag in. That's fine. I was thinking on drag start, do we set it to null? I don't think that makes sense. Cool. Listen, we're in a React app right now, and I've been streaming for 3.5 hours, and we've only worked on one thing. This right here. Click the map to choose a latitude, longitude. We got really deep into reducer and provider and everything else. That's fine. Let's do this though, because we're still technically working on this. In the form, I actually don't want to show an input box for latitude, longitude. So right now, I am, I have these as a number input box, but I don't want that. Like you shouldn't be able to manually adjust the latitude, longitude. It should only be set by moving the map marker. So I basically want these as like a read-only value. And Zol, thank you for the prime. Who says plus 250? Appreciate that. Yeah. So we're not using any extra library for state management here. We are using the provider and context API and useReducer, which is built into React. So it looks like Redux, but it's actually just React. We don't have a separate dependency to do this. So we have the reducer stuff, and then when we want to use the provider, we're using that there. On the app, call them lat and long instead of latitude and longitude. A task estimated for 2 hours takes longer. Did I say 2 hours? The thing is, if we wouldn't have done all this, I would be done already. But it's fine. It's fun to get into. Let's think about this. So the reason I hesitate is because when we built out this form, we got really fancy with it. Basically, what we did was we made a custom little renderer right here that will either render a text box or a text area, and it'll render a text input or a number input based on the types of the Zod, of the types of the thing, the interface that describes a travel log. What makes that tricky is now that we don't want to show latitude, longitude anymore, we kind of need to remove it. I think that's really all we'll do. We'll actually remove these from here. But then we're going to get a type error because it's like, hey, you're missing latitude and longitude. But let's do this. We're going to do some omitting of it. So our thing is like exclude. Basically, this TypeScript type is a union type of all the possible properties, but we want a union type that doesn't have latitude and longitude inside of it. So let's create another type. So travel log property without location. And I think is there a built-in exclude? So I want to exclude from travel log property latitude. Or is it omit? I think it's exclude, but let's see the type we get back. Yes, this is it. So can I pass in multiple to exclude? Or do I have to do it twice? Yeah, I think I have to do it twice. So we exclude. So we have this exclusion, and then we also exclude from this type longitude. Okay, but so the travel log property has all of the possible properties of a travel log. Travel log property without location is now a type that does not have latitude and longitude. I mean, there's a lot of ways to go about it. We're basically using TypeScript to restrict the specific types here. Nested exclusion. I mean, I could put it into multiple variables. I could have, I could do a union type. That would be cleaner. Let's try that. Thank you, Hexer. Ooh, yeah, this is the way to go. Not a nested include. We just want a union type right here. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay. There was a question from Haxer who says, what does z.coerce do? Basically, you can pass in a string or any other value, and it'll attempt to coerce it to the type that you've defined here. So that allows us to take in the string date value from the form, and then Zod will automatically parse that into a date. So we think we need to do a little bit of debugging here. Yeah, I mean, I think the main cool stuff about Zod is, for one, we have validations like min and max and string length and stuff like that. So you don't get those kinds of validations with TypeScript. And then for two, after you define it this way, you get back a type, which is great because now I don't have to manually define this type and then define the validator as well. Now it's all in one. If you can have a single source of truth, that's good code. I like code with a single source of truth. Yeah. Okay. I think it's something like that, Haxer. I think that makes sense. Yeah, because basically you could pass in a custom parser function, and I do believe this does that. Yeah, look at that. It literally tells us that it's a string or number or Boolean or big int, and then oh wait. No, these are the types. I don't know. Yeah, find it in the docs, but that would make sense. It's like a shorthand version of refine. Okay, now that we have this over here on our form, we can say that this is of this type. And now this doesn't complain, and we've essentially just removed the latitude longitude from the form, But now we will just render those manually. So right below that, we will have an input box. That is disabled. And we'll put these classes on it. I think there's probably also a disabled class from Daisy. And then the value is going to be, we want to grab the values from the form. Actually, no, we can just use state.current latitude and longitude. Yeah, exactly, Hexer. So basically, we're going to show a little input that has the latitude longitude so they know that they're updating, but they won't be able to modify it. They will only be able to modify it by moving it on the map. So here, we're going to say latitude, comma, longitude, join it together with a space. And then there is no way to update that value, and we'll put a label right above it that is location. Check it out. Yeah, so now it looks like this, and they can see it there, but they can't actually modify it. And the other thing we can do is we can reduce the number of decimals. So let's just do like 5 decimals. I guess we could join with a comma. Yeah, that's a little bit better, right? So now you can see the latitude, longitude. How many decimals should we do? And it's really, yeah, do we separate with a comma or a space? Or in this case, a slash. I like that, Hexer. We'll do that. I prefer the comma, honestly. And then the other thing that's a hint is the comma in the label. So latitude, comma, longitude, so that lets them know where that actually is. Yeah. The pipe could work. Let's see. Why is the spacing so big between the label and the input? I need to fix that. I actually don't know why. Oh, because we need to wrap it in a div form control. Okay, we'll go with the comma. Yeah, so at this point, we can start styling, because yeah, we'll work on styles next. I'll commit this, and then we'll work on styles. But we still need to adjust the type that gets sent in the form here. Comma, you can copy paste. I like that. So you can copy paste it and take it elsewhere. The contrast between the inputs and the background is too low. You're probably right. We're using a theme from Daisy UI. We are specifically using the dark theme or the black theme. We could swap it out. Business is nice. Why did we not choose the forest theme? Yeah, it has like I didn't like the background color. Halloween. Honestly, let's just use regular dark mode. I'm gonna swap it out. So in our Tailwind config, we tell it we just want the dark theme, and then in our HTML, I guess this would be our layout theme dark. That changed everything. So now the button looks like this. Hello. Yeah. I guess for whatever reason, the Daisy UI themes their fields don't have a lot of contrast. Yeah. You like this theme better? What's up, Omar? Yeah. One thing we need to do is when we click add travel log, we should put a point on the map, like in the center of the map. Yeah. I do like the dark theme. I agree with that. All right, well, let's fix this really quick. So because if I just click on the map, that automatically opens it, and we have a latitude longitude set, which is great. What's up, Greg? It's been a while. Welcome in. Hopefully you're doing all right. And what's up, Daily Tech? Welcome in as well. But if we manually open, well, if we click that button to open it, there is no default latitude longitude. So let's fix that. So in the sidebar, when we open the sidebar, we need to set the location to be like the center of the map or something like that. Now, how do we get the center of the map? Do we move the map into our provider? Because that's going to be tricky. I mean, technically, when we get access to the map right here, well, can I just use map anywhere? I can use map on anything that is a child of map container. And the sidebar and the button are not a child of map container. So what I kind of need is in here, whenever the map is available, we could put it on state. Let's do it. Because I want to be able to get access to the map and all of its functions anywhere. Because I do think once I have access to the map, I can do like map dot get center, something like that. Yeah, we're gonna make the marker a different color. I mean, do I have it on my to-do list? Update travel log icon. That's we're gonna do that. We're working on features. Well, that gives you an XY. You need to convert that to a latitude longitude. But here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna literally put the map on our state. So the travelog state. We go here. We can define map is l.map or null. And then in our initial state, it's now complaining, and our map defaults to null. Easy. Now in our types, we will have another one that is called set map. And then we'll have another one that sets the map. So we'll call this set map. The action type will be set map, and this will be l.map or null, like this. And this is one other possible action type. Okay. Now we can go update our reducer. So now we need to handle the case of setting the map. And so this will be set map, and then map is going to be action.data. Easy, easy. Using useMap a second time gives you a ref to the first map. It should give you a ref to the original one. So if you look in the React leaflet library that gives you all of these, you can see how they implement it. But basically, map container it uses the context API. So it has a provider, and that provider now provides the map. So anywhere you say use map, you're always going to get the same one, as long as you're a child of map container. I almost spilled all my water. That's not good. But in our case, the sidebar is not a child of map container. So we have to do the thing that we're doing right now. Okay, so now we can pass dispatch down to initmap. We'll say dispatch will be of type travel log dispatch. And I'm going to go define this type because right now, you look in our we're going to define it over here. Capital D dispatch comes from React, and then we can wrap travel log action types like this. But the reason I'm doing this is because over in our context, we defined this manually, but now I can use that type, travel log action types. Or not, a travel log dispatch. Travel log dispatch. Like that. And then now I have a dedicated type that I can use over on the map. Because right here I can say that is from there. Very good. And now we can use it. So whenever the map is available, we will set it. So right here I'm just going to dispatch. The type is travel log action type dot set map, and data is the map itself. Great. So this sets the map, but now we can use the map inside of our sidebar. So what we wanted to do was in the sidebar, when we open the sidebar, we want to put a point on the map that is in the center of the map. So right here, I want to be able to use dispatch to set the location based on the map. So now I have state.map. So when we click this button right here to open the sidebar, I want to put a point in the center of the map. That's what we're going to do now. So I'm going to say dispatch. The type is going to be travel log action type dot set current marker location. Data is going to be state dot map dot get center, like this. And this is possibly no data isn't. In my initial state, I need to say. I thought I already said that. This can be a map or it can be null. How did I manage to make it look worse? We have more stuff inside of our provider in our context. Okay. Latitude, longitude, or undefined. I see. I need to just do this. No, this is where I would use the or operator because get center could. So this could return undefined. And if this returns undefined, I want it to be null. I don't know if there's a better way to do that. But this should do it. I also could actually wrap this. So like if state.map is not null, then we know we can use it to get the center. Like this. Check it out. Now we add it, boom, it puts the dot in the center, and now we can move it around. Boom, 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 boom. No errors in the console. Beautiful. Beautiful. Use the knowledge. Yeah, so by first checking to see if map is defined, then we don't have to do that anymore because because map is not defined, get center should return latitude, longitude. Center of the user location, yeah, I'm going to leave that as a stretch feature for anybody to implement at home. When adding marker, put on user current location. I don't want to do that because I don't want to leak my location right now. So yeah, that's the next step. Make it a different color. Have we done everything that we want to do though? I don't want to leak. I don't want to leak. Add it at 0, 0. The other thing is we could just put it in the center of the map. Like we could hard code it to be that. Here's the other thing is well, you'll notice there that if the map is too small, the new point is hidden. I mean, it's never going to be that small. We need to add like mobile styles or whatever, but it's going to be like hidden behind there. So I kind of want to I want to zoom in on it. That's one more thing that we'll do, and then we'll commit, and then we'll work on styles. Not so much, Melez. I think the main issue we had, which we fixed, was Leaflet was being imported on the server side for some reason. But because Leaflet is a client-side library, we specifically needed to do a dynamic import on the map, which imports Leaflet, so that it doesn't try to import Leaflet on the server side. Yeah. Minimal visible map. Make the modal. Yeah, we'll work on styles after this. Do you have 24/7 pharmacies? No, probably not. A lot of pharmacies have business hours, and you can't just go to any pharmacy. You have to set a pharmacy as your preferred pharmacy, and then your doctor will send prescriptions to that given pharmacy. You can't just show up and get your meds. Yeah, we're in the app directory. I mean, right now we only have one server component. This is our server component, and then everything else is client side. Yeah. Yeah, the US is way behind on their healthcare practices. Let's not talk about it. Um, um, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I want to fly to this location. So in the sidebar, set the marker location to the center, and then can we do state.map.fly to? It's in a variable. So this is our data. And we want to fly to, takes in this and the zoom level of 5 or something like that. Let's see. See what this does for us. So what I'm expecting is when we click this button, it zooms in. All right, we want more. Zoom level 10. Yeah, we broke it. You see like it zooms for a second? Am I going in the wrong direction? Zoom level 1. Oh, that's interesting to hear that, Haxor. Yeah, in the U.S. it's all privatized. So like most of the pharmacies are like Walgreens or CVS. They're like private companies, so they decide their business hours. What is happening? Am I using fly2 wrong? Let's look at the docs for fly2 really quick on Leaflet. Oh, you're probably right, Haxor. So, oh, on the map, because we don't pass the zoom level and everything in here, it's possible it resets. Yeah, you're totally right, Fafik. I think that's actually what's happening. I think we're hitting this. We are, this function is rerunning and setting the bounds. We only want to do this once, though. Map initialized. Oh, okay. On a map click, we need to memoize. Yeah, this whole thing needs to be memoized so that it won't re-render. That's the issue. Just check it out. This is the use case for or not memoize. We use callback. This is the use case for use callback. So the map keeps look at this. It keeps re-rendering. Ah, this is bad. This is very bad. First of all, on map click, we can do use callback. And that will make it so that it's this function isn't going to constantly change on every re-render. So on map click is now use callback with this. And then we need to bring in use callback. But use callback is dependent on dispatch and state dot sidebar open. What is the type of E? L.leaflet mouse event. All right, let's see if that fixed our render issue. It did. It's not rendering over and over again, which is good, but you'll notice that it is getting called. So we're gonna need to do some more memoization. And this is the point actually where I want to figure out how can we have a state selector instead of importing all of the state. I guess technically we do need both sidebar open and marker location. If I do this, then we don't have to be dependent on sidebar open. Which means it won't reset, which means it zooms. This is why I don't like React. Did you get shadow banned by YouTube? I think YouTube might just be down. YouTube's down. This like, little use effect issues like this are why React is weird. Like the whole like, I mean, and it's not even that I don't like React. I don't like use effect. Use effect and use callback are all very cumbersome and rigid. So right now this is getting recreated every time sidebar open changes, and when sidebar open changes, that means that this map initialization is going to need to rerun because it's a new state value though. But if I just write my code this way, so like it doesn't no matter what, then I don't have to be dependent on that, and this will not get recreated. Which is fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. But what we also want is we can now update the zoom. So in the sidebar, let's zoom down to 10 and see what happens. So I click this, boom, it's back there. um, can you pass that check up a level to avoid it? Don't know. I guess one thing we could do is we could handle this in our reducer. I guess that's potentially the better way to do it. Is in our reducer. We could say if action.data is equal to state.sidebar open, just return the existing state. That's really all I was trying to avoid is I don't want to update the state if the value that we're trying to set it to is already that value. So this will have the same behavior because now we're not constantly updating our state to open the sidebar if the sidebar was already open. Beautiful. Beautiful. Where's our sidebar? Come back, sidebar. Five. Zoom level 5. That's all I was going to do. Yeah, so that it zooms right there. Cool. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. All right, I'm gonna commit this code. We're gonna change the marker icons, and then I'm done. Like we didn't get every. Like I said, I wanted to get a lot more done today, but we went deep on React. Honestly, I think this is also like a really good example of like how quickly a React application can get pretty complex. Yeah, thank you, Haxor. I mean, I didn't implement it. I just called fly2. That's built into it's built into leaflet. See, this is why I need to stop because I can't think of words. Leaflet is the word I was thinking of. But I just thought of another before we commit. I thought of one more feature. When we click the map, we also want to fly to that location, or like this. So on the map, on the click, set the sidebar visible, set the current marker location, and fly to that. Oh, but now I can't use the map. All right, let's double check we didn't break any. It is initializing a little bit more, but that's kind of what we wanted. We want to zoom in to wherever we click. The issue is we also we don't always want to go to 5 because if we're zoomed in further than 5, we want to use that. Winner unclear. Change the double dispatch. Oh, good call. Yeah. Actually, that's a great point. We can create a combined action that does both. And is that what you're saying, Haxor? So instead of dispatching twice, we create a new action type that includes both should the sidebar be open and where should the current marker location be. Yeah, I agree that it feels bad right now. Like we need to update it because like technically it shouldn't be the center. It should be the center minus the width of the sidebar. but that's a little bit trickier to do. Also, I think I can do this. So zoom level. State.map.get zoom. And we want if zoom level is less than 5, then just do the zoom level. Otherwise, zoom it in on 5. And I'm just going to wrap this whole thing to make sure that we have a map. So if we have a map, do the stuff like this. All right. I think this will do it. So now I click this, it zooms in on level 5. I click over here, it zooms in, it flies, great. But now if I zoom in, greater than? Greater than. Now if I zoom in a little bit and click, it doesn't change the zoom level. But if I zoom out further than 5 and I click, it does do the zoom in. All right. Commit name should be fixed typo. No. Yeah, so if we zoom in, then it just flies, but it doesn't change the zoom level. I like it. I think this is the behavior that we want. Let me make sure I don't have any like weird console logs. I guess I do have a weird console log. I need to get rid of that. Over here. It does not zoom into the center. Okay, yeah, I'll add it to do on when we do the zoom in. To do adjust center according to sidebar size. Yeah. Look at all that code. Great. Let me just make sure my to do is up to date, and then we'll commit this. Change the icons and call it a day. Click on map to choose a latitude longitude. Listen, this could have been a 30-minute ordeal. Instead, we took the time to expand our application to make certain things and features easier to add. I think that's the other aspect of the reducer that we added. Now that we have all of this set up, you notice the moment I needed access to my map somewhere else, I was like, oh, we'll just put it here. So create the type, adjust the reducer, boom. Now I can instantly use that state anywhere in my application. So you can see the usefulness of this, like, and structuring it this way is a lot cleaner than potentially having a bunch of use state and then passing that down. Yeah. Yeah, feel free to open a PR, definitely. And then we're gonna do this right here. Okay. Yeah, I used PostGIS a while back, and I ran into that. It flips the latitude. There's a few other map things that flip the latitude longitude for whatever reason, and I don't know why. There's probably a good reason. Did we update? Yeah, we did. Okay. Yeah, Fresh Spots was Dino. Dino and Fresh. Okay. Sparkles. Set setup context. What else did we do? We add marker to map. Add marker for new log. That's it. That's all we did. Fix typo. All right. Let's close everything. Let's take a quick break. Let's take like a 10-minute break, and then we're gonna jump into updating the icon, changing the icon. Oh, it might be GeoJSON. That's probably why ArcGIS does long lat. If that's the case for GeoJSON. But the next thing we're going to do is right now, all of these map markers, they don't look good. And I need to differentiate this marker from one of the existing ones. So we're gonna do that next. It's honestly gonna be a pretty easy fix. We just need to get the icons. You can see specifically in my map component, um, we are creating this little icon here with the default icon. We'll just have to we'll have to pass in some images and create our own custom ones. Is this something I could have built in Astro? Here's the thing. The more I work on this, the more I realize like this app wasn't even a good use case for Next.js because it's all client-side code. Like the only server render we get is initial page load, and then literally everything else has to run on the client because it's highly interactive. There's a lot of JavaScript for the map. So like this is the only feature of Next.js and server-side rendering that we're actually using. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like Leaflet is meant for purely client-side JavaScript, and then we're using a library that wraps that. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, we shouldn't have used Next for this. Like, Astro could have worked. I think, like, even Astro, in that case, we would have created an island for all of our map functionality. And honestly, you could literally take these components right here. I do believe drop it into an Astro island and it should just work because this is just React. We're not doing anything special in these components that's specific to Next.js. I don't think. I think the one specific thing is like in the form. When the form has been submitted, we use React router navigation. So yeah. Astro is typically meant for statically generated content. Like it can handle client-side JavaScript with islands, but I don't know if that's the best use case for it. I mean, some people might be the more you I mean, maybe if you've used it a lot, maybe you have that opinion like just just use Astro for everything, but I don't know. Okay, let me check Discord. You're not wrong, Oscar. But the thing is, I don't know, like how easy would it be to port this to Fresh? The tricky parts are like uh React with React Leaflet. I don't know. Okay. What are we doing? Let's take a break. We've been coding for 4.5 hours at this point. So let's take a break. Let's play City Guesser. Um, yeah, Fresh, which is Dino Fresh. So fresh.dino.dev. This is a server rendered framework built on top of Preact that runs in Dino specifically. Let's take a break. Let's everyone clear our minds and let's guess some cities. If no one cared about SEO, what would be a good use case for Astro? Just the fact that it lets you combine a bunch of front end frameworks. It seems pretty cool. And like the dev experience with Astro is nice. I say that I've only used Astro like a couple of hours. Like I don't have a lot of experience with it, but from what I've seen of it, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Yeah. All right. Is this video silent? Blazingly fast. Yeah, I mean, and specifically for, oh yeah, I think YouTube was. Hello, friends. Welcome to was muted by default. Yeah, well, YouTube was muted. Yeah, here we go. All right, we have to guess where we are. I can't. Right now, I can't tell. This doesn't look like New York City. The street signs are like way too big for that. It's rainy, so is it the Pacific Northwest? That could oh, is this San Francisco? This might just be San Francisco. Let's just try it. Yeah, so it's definitely not New York. It's not California. And we can play collaboratively. So if you know where this is, just let me know in the chat. And it is somewhere in the U.S. We know it's USA. The bus would have helped? I didn't even see the bus. New York has subways. They don't have trams and trolleys as far as I know. And by that we mean like a almost like a bus or a train that's attached to the power source via the roof. They have those in Seattle. I know they have those in San Francisco. New York doesn't have those as far as I know. Change the YouTube title. We're only gonna do this for like 10 minutes. Can I pause? Yeah, I can pause. 10 minutes and then we get back to coding. Maybe it is Seattle. Let's do Washington. It's not Seattle. Some cities in the US are pretty clean. I mean, it also just rained, so maybe that makes it look cleaner. All right, here we go. There's some identifying information. Is it Chicago? I don't think so. Chicago's in Illinois, right? IL. Capitol Park. Let's see my stack ideas. We're not thinking about code right now, Ryan. Ask us in 10 minutes. Ask us. We're taking a break. Is it Washington, D.C.? It could be. But how do you... Yeah, I think it has to be a U.S. state. We already tried California. I mean, I really don't think this is New York City. It's not New York. Is it New Jersey? I've been in New Jersey. I've never seen like those. See how the traffic cones have these really big street signs? I've never been in a city that has those. They're like lit up, either lit up or very reflective. Is it Detroit? Are you Googling? Ah, it's Detroit. Yeah, nice job, Oscar. You probably Googled it. Maybe not. I've never been to Detroit. It's fascinating. So someone mentioned, I think it was Khaled, who was like, it's more clean than they thought. The U.S. is huge. There are a lot of clean places in the U.S. and also a lot of not clean places. It's like even Denver, Colorado, which is where I live. You could visit a very specific part of downtown and think like this is the cleanest city, but just walk like 5 blocks and all of a sudden, it's pretty messy, or I don't know. Yeah, clean and not clean. So this is the clean section of Detroit. All right, next one.
That's a big mansion. I'd love to see the inside of that one. I got more time. That is really cool. See, when blowing, I'd go down there.
This one has a narrator. All right, so this is probably California. It's not California. Is it Florida? It's not Florida. It has palm trees. Where is it?
Keep rolling down here because they got the...
All right, we're just gonna mute it. This guy talks too much. Georgia? Oh, we missed the area code there. That's interesting to hear, Ryan. Because yeah, I mean, in climates that don't get too cold or too hot, it's kind of the best place to be homeless because you can live outside. Like right now, it's super dangerous. Oh, it's gotten warmer recently, but in cold climates and like here in Denver, it got below zero for like almost a week straight. So being homeless in that environment is extremely dangerous. So the city opened up a lot of warming shelters and stuff like that, but in cities that don't get that cold, people flock to it if they don't have a place to live. I'm pretty bad at this. Listen, I know. Is it LA? Yeah, see, it's gonna snow tomorrow. Like it got warmer, but it's gonna get cold again. Um, I think did we guess? Yeah, we already guessed California. It's not California. Uh, is it South Carolina? Ooh, maybe it is. Yeah, Alexi said Charleston. Charleston, South Carolina. Look at that. Yeah. What's up, Damon? Cool. Next one. This is Central Park. I noticed by the signage. You missed it for a second, but uh uh right there. I was like, that's New York City if I ever knew. Okay, cool. Next one.
Adventure guys.
Yeah, that's crazy to hear about too, Ryan. It's being found everywhere. There's water. Is this Seattle? No. Where's that bridge? Is it? It's not Seattle. The bridge doesn't look familiar. I don't even know what kind of bridge that is. Maybe there's a train that goes over that? Memphis. Boston? Oh, it raises. Ah, that makes sense. I think he's talking about it right now.
That's the main side.
Yeah, so this is only videos from the United States. Is it New Jersey? It kind of looks like New England to me. New Jersey isn't technically New England, is it? It's not New Jersey. Cambridge. Where's Cambridge? Isn't that in Massachusetts? What's the abbreviation? Oh, is MS? MA? Connecticut? Cambridge, Connecticut. Is Cambridge the name of a? It's yeah. So I was gonna say, is that the name of a university? But I mean, we're clearly at a university with all of these brick buildings and everything. Is there a bug in your app, America 2050? That's what. Yeah. So Cambridge is England. So I guess maybe I was thinking of what are the universities? I don't know. Is it Illinois? Cambridge, Illinois? It's not Illinois. I want him to go the other way. Is he gonna walk this bridge? Um, because that's gonna be a whole lot of nothing. MIT, Harvard. What's the one in New York City? Um, Another Ivy League school. West Point. That's in Virginia, isn't it? West Virginia. Stanford? No, Stanford is California. I thought. What's up, Sedge? Welcome in. Columbia. I was thinking of Columbia. Yeah. Where is he going? West Point's in New York. Well, I guess I didn't know that. Can I? Yeah, I can't fast forward. We're stuck. Going off road. Colombia is a country, but it's also I do. Is it considered Ivy League? Is Colombia Ivy League? Yes. Is it Oregon? Mm-mm. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Shez? I met Scott Talinsky at a conference once here in Denver. I don't really have any other contact with him besides that one time. I would not. I would be horrible at the Japan map. There's no way. Like I don't. I don't know. There was a building that literally said Cambridge on it. All right, here comes a sign. 603. All right, we only have 20 seconds left, so we're gonna cheat. 603 area code. New Hampshire? Okay, so it was New England. But where? What are some universities in New Hampshire, and what city are they in? New Hampshire. What's the capital of New Hampshire? Also, did we lose the YouTube chat? Durham? Vermont? Vermont, New Hampshire. Oh, is it literally Cambridge, New Hampshire? No. Durham? No. Manchester. Nope. Let's just look at a map of New Hampshire. So New Hampshire is up here. We call this New England because these are the colonial states when people seceded from the Union. Is that the thing? I think I said the wrong words there. It doesn't matter. Where is New Hampshire? I don't even know where it is. Right here, New Hampshire. Concord, Plymouth. I can't even tell where the state line is. Okay, it's here. It's got to be Plymouth, right? It's not Plymouth. Newfoundland? Concord? It's not Concord. This is hard. I mean, we could look up where Cambridge University is, or if it's. There are no other big cities in New Hampshire. Cambridge University, New Hampshire. University of Cambridge? No. I don't even know if it was a university. It just said Cambridge on it. Did I type Cambridge wrong? Seceded? The Did we guess Portsmouth? It's Portsmouth. Thank you, Raymond. But there you can see the original U.S. flag with only 13 stars because there were 13 colonies. This was one of those colonies. Great. Seceded. I think that's it, right? And not from the Union. The Union is what it became when more states were added. We seceded from Great Britain. Is that right? Is that the right thing to say? Okay, great work, everybody. Definitely check this app out if you'd like to play yourself. It was created by America 2050. It's super fun. I enjoy it. Let's let's write some more code. This is going to be pretty easy, and then I'm going to head out of here. But what we're going to do is we're going to change these icons. So by default, this is the built-in icon to leaflet. We want another one. Where can I get a map icon image? What's the best place to get one for free? Potentially that doesn't need. It's gonna be pretty easy. I hope. And I actually, yeah, and I don't know. Does it have to be an image or can it be an SVG? Specifically, we are creating. We just use an emoji. Yeah. Right here, we're creating the default icon, and then we can also create a custom icon to pass in for the one that we're creating. It can be a div. Fascinating. And then what else do we have in here? Icon. So there's icon URL. I wonder. I'm live right now, Stephen. Oh, headless CMS stacks? I don't have any experience with it. Feel free in the chat if you have suggestions. I think Stephen is watching on YouTube. If you have suggestions about CMS stacks, content management system stacks, you probably want to find a headless CMS to use alongside something like Astro. But yeah, I don't have any suggestions. All right, let's look at the leaflet docs. Just a coding garden icon. Not marker, icon. Yeah, I mean, there's a few. Is Directus one that I think you've told me about Directus, didn't you, Ryan? Also, there's I can't think of things right now. Uh, icon. I want icon. Oh, but then there's also yeah. So we could do div icon. That's probably what we'll do because then we can pass in SVG. And then you can pass it in HTML string. Okay, let's try it. So we're gonna go away from the default icon. Well, from the built-in one. And then we'll create a div icon where the HTML is a div. Well, it doesn't even gotta be a div. It could be a span that has an emoji in it, like that. And now that is the default icon. Look at that. It's beautiful. Ultimately, we need to we could style it, and we won't use an emoji. We could basically use anything. So now, like feather icon. I think let's find an SVG for a map marker, like this map pin. Well, we'll work on the centering too, because if we grab the SVG code for this, then we can set the stroke color depending on what the icon is. I think that's the easiest thing to do. So now instead of a little span, now we include little SVG, and the stroke color can be coding garden green. This color. Nice. Nice. We need to style the div. that it gets rendered into. Because it has a background color of black. Yeah, so leaflet div icon, we need to set the background to transparent. And we'll do that in our global CSS. So in global, div icon background transparent. It's getting overwritten. We could just use important. Let's see. We should see the overwritten background class. Yeah. So you can see this is here, and then this gets declared. All right, see you later, Andreas. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you for the good questions. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Have a good one. Good call, Oscar. Maybe we can create our own class. No, we can pass in some Tailwind classes. No, okay, this is gonna break. I believe if we tried to pass in Tailwind classes, Tailwind will not know that we provided these, and it won't make them available. Watch. So if I try to make this like background transparent, that's apparently it works. Okay, never mind. Forget everything I said. I don't. How in the heck does Tailwind know that we're using a class right there? Is it looking at the entire source code of this thing? So it would be difficult to change the order of the imports because this CSS only gets loaded on the client side. And we would need another CSS class to get loaded here. But yeah, apparently apparently Tailwind classes do work, so that's awesome. So now let's work on the centering. Also, I mean, I kind of want we want to specify the fill. I kind of want to specify the fill on this too. The fill and the stroke. Yeah, then it's these look, it's fresh spots all over again. Let's see. Can we specify the icon size and the icon anchor? I'm okay with not having the circle because this looks pretty cool. I've seen that icon before. So the icon size is 24 by 24. And then the pop-up needs to be negative. Where did 32 come from? I guess we just we figured it out. Yeah, there we go. So now it has a standard size. It stays where it should be. And let's reduce this. Let's just go negative 22. Negative 12. Negative 18. Yeah, seems good. But now the pop-up is like right on top. Check the temp position. I like that, America 2050. Let's go with that. So the stroke will be black and the fill will be green. I like that. Nice. Let's also increase the size. Let's double it. So we'll make these 48 by 48. Also, we should probably put this in a variable, like icon size 48. And then we just use this everywhere. But now I can use this and that. pretty cool. It looks like Blue's Clues, and I don't know what's making me feel that way. But oh yeah, I missed the chat, a lot of chat. um, Shadow XL to change the shadow colors. Name for buttons that look like they have a fillet around them? Fillet? Oh, what should I put the shadow class on, Oscar? I mean, I kind of like that. Now the pop-up is like right inside of the icon. Span, make it bigger for the selected one. I'm not opposed to that either. That's a lot of features we could add, though. Let's put that in the potential stretch feature is change size of selected icon, because then we need to keep track of what's the selected one. I'm feeling like the stroke width is a bit too much. Let's go with the stroke width of 1 and see what that looks like. Does this feel better? Oh yeah, I'm not familiar, Ryan. Skeuomorphic, neumorphic, it's possible. Neomorphism. Yeah. FreshSpots is written with Dino Fresh. So there's literally a framework called Fresh. Yeah, the icon is slightly too big. You're totally right. But we can now change that in one place. 32. Perfect. Perfect. Shadow XL class to the marker. Is it working? I can't tell. We can put it on the class names here. Also, get rid of that. Does Shadow XL work on an SVG? Oh well, this seems good enough to me. I kind of want to pull this into a another file, so that way we could reuse this for specifying a different icon fill. Because right now this fill is defaulting to green. I guess not. Honestly, we could just create it in line right here. Need it as a component. The issue is it's not being rendered with React. It's being set as the icon property and then also being passed down to the marker. Well, it's not when we can pass it down. I think I'll create a little helper right here, just in line. Maybe we'll pull it to another file, but we'll have a function that says like create icon. And then we will return this. And default icon is, well, we'll just do this. Create icon will be the default. And this is going to take in the fill, which is a string. And we'll pull in the fill right here, but we'll default to green. And we'll also take in the icon size, which defaults to 32, like this. But now, watch. Now we can say the current marker icon is create icon, but we're going to pass in the fill as red, and the icon size is 40. So now we have a marker that we can use for the current icon, which is this one. And then we can say icon is that. Watch and learn, everybody. Now, look at that. But we need a better red color. Changing the size displaces the pointer. Yeah, you're right. It's like we can move that down. Let's find a complementary red color to our green. Crimson red? No, we'll find a hex code to use. So I want that. I'm gonna lock it in and then generate till I find a nice red. Burgundy? We could also do like yellow. What about tangerine? Tangerine is pretty cool. Yeah. So if you lock a color, then it becomes complementary. Carmine? What do we think of this red color? But yeah, we can fix this, what Zhao was mentioning. So right now, the pop-up is on. Honestly, it kind of should be on top of the icon, but I do like it when it's like right inside of the circle. So we change this to like 12. Let's see. Even less, 10. Yeah, so now it's like right inside of that circle, which I like. This is another red? What does this one look like? Oh, pink. Amaranth pink. Don't like the red stroke? I could understand that. Scarlet red. Let's try amaranth. What do you think? Please note. Well, it's spelled differently. It's amaranth without the OU. It's with an A. Is that too dark? I honestly kind of want to find like a yellow color or an orange color. Like amber. Let's see what this looks like. I like yellow. Look at that. And now we can add the Denver Botanic Gardens, which is, thought it was over here. Right here. I've honestly never been though. I want to go, but we're gonna add that. Never been, but I want to. Okay, I'll do that, Terawatt. You don't gotta yell. You don't gotta yell. But yeah, the Botanic Gardens are sweet. I mean, there's a lot of them all over the world. But okay, visit date in the future. I'm gonna go in May. May 2023. We're gonna go to over there. A new Morphic cancel button. Awesome. We also figured out a bug on create. Set the current locator thingy to null. Never been 10 stars. So let's fix that really quick. So whenever we click create right now, if everything is okay, we're resetting, etc., etc. But we also want to dispatch type travel log action type dot set current marker location to null. Cool. All right. You don't like this red cancel button, Terawatt? I think it should be red. It should be red because it's like you're gonna lose everything in here if you click cancel. I'm not gonna do that today, but we'll need to. I'll make that part of the app as well as clusters. Cluster icons, cluster close points. Also, what do you mean, Ryan, by make it a neomorphic cancel button? Neomorphism? I guess I don't even know what neomorphism is. What are you trying to down? What? Oh, so like it looks more real? Like it's more 3D? Tailwind. Neomorphic button. The day it doesn't matter, but did I? May 13th? I don't know. Yeah, embossed I think is closer to it. Let's on the form. Right now we're doing button danger for the cancel. Button error. Do button warning, and then that's not a thing. Let's look at Daisy UI. We want a warning button. BTN warning. Why did that not work? Oh, because if we're in the dark theme? No, we are in the dark theme. Do button outline warning. How does this feel, Terawatt? It's yellow instead of red. But now here's the thing, like the yellow button is the same, almost the same color as the icon. And so that people might click it by accident somehow maybe. I don't know. Let's we'll put that in stretch. Set places you want to visit. There. Add in the yellow, but the add is green. It's also the wrong. We could change the tailwind theme to match our green color. I mean, it was a red color is the thing. Danger. Not danger. Error. I see what you're saying. It's just like the wrong color red. What if we did secondary? Then it's like a purplish color. I think this is the middle ground. Check it out. Yeah, look at that. I like that. Lots of colors. Yeah, the theme is called Just Black. If you head over to Twitch, we have commands over there. Here's the info. Fuchsia? Yeah, it's more of a fuchsia color. Okay. We've done it. We've gotten closer. We now have a custom icon. I'm gonna call it. I can't believe we've been coding for 5 hours today. That's just insane to me. No, we're not deploying. We have all this to do before we deploy. What was I gonna do? Skew CSS. Ooh, look at those. Yeah, all of the other parts are under live streams. I'll go ahead and create a playlist because, yeah. But if you look at my YouTube channel, click on live. These are the streams that have happened recently here on YouTube. This is part 1, part 2. But I'm just gonna go ahead and add them to a playlist because that that makes a whole lot of sense. New playlist. Next.js 13 beta. Learning. Next.js 13 beta. Travel log. I will be completely honest though. Like, if you want to follow this from start to finish, you should probably wait. Like, because I am learning and because we're doing a lot here, I'm figuring everything out. Once I figure everything out, I'm going to make a completely separate tutorial that is from start to finish without all the extra stuff, without me learning on live. That will be closer to an actual tutorial that you can follow from start to finish. So if you want to wait for that, if you're a beginner, I would recommend that because we're updating things and then we're changing things. So you might want to wait until this is solidified. It's going to be deployed. We talked about before, though. I'm going to add like very simple API key authorization. So in the form, you have to type a secret password, and anybody that knows the secret password can add things. But if they don't know the secret password, they cannot add things. To a thing, well, that's the thing is like only I get to add stuff. The public does not get to add things. And then here's the playlist if you wish. Wait, what did I just do? That. Supabase for backend seems fine. There's a lot of things you need to consider, but I like it. But it also depends. I wouldn't choose it for everything. All right, I'm gonna commit this, and then I'm getting out of here. Sparkles update icon style. That's it. That's all we did. And if you want to look at the code, it's over here at next travel log. Right there. Right there. We did a lot today, and one thing, if you're new to React and you're new to provider and context and useReducer, you definitely could have learned something today. So in the code base, definitely check out these context files. So this defines the context. This is basically state that's going to be used throughout the application. We have our initial state, which is shared throughout the application. And then we have the actual provider, which includes our reducer to update that state. It's, it's a thing. That's okay, Tarawat. I still appreciate hanging out, even with all your troll comments and not learning anything. Thank you for being here, because at least you show up. That's okay. Does this app have official name or branding? No, I'm just calling it the Next Travel Log. That's it. That's it. Appreciate that, Ed. Yeah, okay, so that's it for today. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in. Definitely tune in tomorrow. So, tomorrow, I am going to be live all day, starting at 7 a.m. my time. And It's going to be somewhat chill. So we're going to do a lot of different things. We're going to play City Guesser every now and then. We'll probably do some Clash of Codes. I'll probably solve some code katas. I'll probably answer some Q&A questions. It's just going to be a nice, chill hangout day. But all day, I'm going to be asking people to sub with Twitch Prime, become a YouTube member, make donations, all of that good stuff. So definitely tune in tomorrow. If you go to this website, it should show in your time zone. So this is Mountain Time. I'm in my Mountain Time, not US. But go to this website. It should show it in your time zone. If it doesn't, let me know. No, there won't be anybody on the phones. But basically, yeah. So basically, I got the idea because I was listening to NPR on Saturday. So NPR is National Public Radio. They are listener funded. So there are various TV shows, or so not TV shows, TV networks and radio networks in the United States that are completely listener funded. There's probably a similar thing in other countries. But basically, I am viewer and listener supported. I haven't taken any sponsorships. I'm supported by viewers like you. So tomorrow we're gonna try to get as many Twitch subs, YouTube members, patrons as we can. That's the plan tomorrow. But we're also gonna be hanging out. Also, I'll come up with how often we do it, but I'll be giving out stickers every like 10 gifted subs or patrons. I have these holographic JavaScript stickers. And these holographic JavaScript stickers. So I'll be every 10 gifted subs, I'm gonna give out stickers to anybody that's watching live. Yeah, so the schedule is made with Full Calendar. They have a lot of client libraries that you can integrate with this. So they have like a Vue one and a React one. We specifically were using the Svelte version, I think. Oh no, we're using the Vanilla JS one. Even though we're in a Svelte app. But it's super cool because it's like a full featured calendar. They even have like drag and drop and stuff like this. And they have different, like you can see it in a list, you can see it day by day. All of this is from them. And then specifically, I am pulling in the events from a Google Calendar. So I have a public Google Calendar, and so when this page loads, it actually downloads all of the events from the iCal file and then puts them onto the map. Yeah, that's it. Definitely follow me over on Twitter. I would appreciate it if you did that. If you're watching on, well, I guess at this point, you're probably subbed, but please subscribe over here on YouTube. Also check out the archive channel. All of the live streams that happen only on Twitch get uploaded to the archive channel. So if you're not subscribed over there, that would help a ton. And if you want to find other ways to support me, definitely go here, coding.garden/support. I would appreciate it. Are we gonna raid? So let's see if there's anybody live that will raid. We might not raid, and we're just gonna raid myself. Go sub on YouTube. Go follow on Twitter. Click the like button. All of that good stuff. Let's see who's live over on Twitch. I guess we'll do a raid. We'll do a raid. I'll find somebody to raid. And if you're watching on YouTube, just pay attention in the YouTube chat. I'm gonna send a link to a Twitch channel. You should click that and go hang out with them whenever we raid them. I don't have a plan for the next IRL stream. It got really cold. It got warm. It's about to get cold again. Basically, whenever the weather gets better, I'm gonna do more IRL streams. But I did think about like tomorrow during the member drive, we could do an IRL stream in the middle of it, like go to a park and take a walk or something like that. But I think it's gonna snow tomorrow. I don't know. Probably won't do that. But again, thank you everybody for hanging out. This was fun. Thank you for all your questions. Thank you for all your support, and thank you for being you. I appreciate you. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.